at 7:08 p.m. Ms. Jones, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Roberts.
Present.
Commissioner Hall.
Present.
Commissioner Buffalini.
Present.
Vice Mayor McDonald.
Present.
Mayor Anderson.
Present. Item number 3 is prayer and pledge. Dear Lord, thank you so much for all of our citizens who care about this city and are here tonight and watching online to see that they're included in every decision we make. We pray that you guide us and direct us so that we can make the best decisions for this community and our wonderful citizens. We pray for any of those who are traveling or sick that you just take care of them and watch over them as they are. Thank you, Lord, for everything you do for us. In Jesus' name, amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Item number 4 is mayor's comments. Like I said, thank you so much for everyone being out here. We love large crowds. We love to hear our citizens' dreams, concerns, just anything that you would like to let us know so that we can help and just make this community great. So we love for our online citizens as well. Just know that this is Fairview Facebook Live, and after the fact, you can watch it on YouTube. Just go to the City of Fairview Board of Commissioner meeting and put in the date. So we would love for anyone to speak tonight, and when you're speaking, if you would just be courteous and kind. Officer Martin, thank you for being here tonight to watch over us. Item number 5 is citizens' comments.
We do have 5 tonight, Mayor. The first is Natalie Taylor.
And if you would just please speak clearly and loudly into the mic so those at home and here can hear you, and just state your name, address, and if you live in the city or county.
Hi, my name's Natalie Taylor. I live at 7122 CCC Road in the city. Okay. The safety of our community must come first. Horn Tavern Road is a narrow, windy, and hilly by design, not by oversight. It was never built to handle significant traffic volume. A large subdivision will bring substantial increase in vehicles, creating a danger for residents and critically for emergency responders who need to navigate these roads quickly. Slower emergency response times are not an inconvenience, they are a matter of life and death. Traffic congestion will follow inevitably. Widening Horn Tavern Road is not a simple fix. New homes sit too close to the road to sacrifice setback land. Mature trees and the road's edge would have to be removed. 12-inch drainage ditches run the full length of the road and would require extensive piping before any widening could even begin. This is a costly, complicated undertaking and has not been accounted for in this proposal, nor has the likely overflow effect. Once drivers discover Horn Tavern's limitations, many will divert north on CCC Road, which is even narrower. The congestion problem does not stay contained, it spreads. Stormwater management is another unresolved and serious concern. The Moore property is hilly and significantly eroded. Clearing the dead trees and grading the land flat for construction will fundamentally alter natural drainage patterns. Increased impervious surface, rooftops, driveways, and roads will accelerate runoff into surrounding properties and creeks. Many residents already contend with drainage challenges. Without a rigorous, independently reviewed stormwater plan, this development risks causing flooding and property damage to existing homeowners. We would ask, has a professional drainage study been conducted, and will its findings be made public before any vote is taken? Finally, this is about the kind of community we have chosen to be. Last week, a fire truck stopped in front of my home, and within minutes, 2 neighbors had reached out to check on us. That's not a small thing. That is the fabric of this town. Growth managed well can strengthen a community. Growth that outpaces infrastructure, strains emergency services, and floods neighboring properties does the opposite. We are not opposing development. We are opposing this development as it proposed without adequate safeguards. Before any approval moves forward, we ask that this body require an independent traffic study with specific road improvement commitments, professional stormwater and drainage plan reviewed by an independent engineer, a demonstrated plan for emergency access that meets response time standards. The burden of proof should be on the developer to show this community can absorb this growth safely, not on residents to prove that it cannot.
Thank you.
Next, we have Martin Dillingham.
Hi, I'm Martin Dillingham, 7149 Crystal Springs Lane. I'm also here to speak in opposition to the rezoning request at the intersection of CCC Road and Horn Tavern Road. She made a lot of really great points. I would, go further to reinforce the traffic concerns are major. I represent a neighborhood there called Lakewood Club. It's been there for a very long time and is a unique situation. It's essentially a reserve, and this property or the runoff from the water would directly impact us. And there haven't been any studies to determine if the blue lines on the map that go through this property are jurisdictional waterways or not. And we would like to be sure that the due diligence is done to protect the waterways that we have in this beautiful place. Thank you guys for being here.
Thank you.
Next, we have Billy Faye Frizzell.
Good evening. I'm Billy Faye Frizzell. I live at 7133 CCC Road. Now, I've been in Fairview all my life and definitely have seen all the changes that has been made. But the biggest thing what Natalie said was the runoff, but also on Jim Moore's property, it's hilly and eroded. If it is graded flat for construction after all the dead trees are removed, what arrangements are being made for water runoff when the natural flow is changed? Creeks will be impacted, and so will nearly residential properties. Horn Tavern Road is a narrow, winding, hilly. And I will say, I know this for a fact with all the ice. I've lived over there forever, and I wind up having to stay home because it's either up we call it Hughes Hill, or out toward Hunter Highway. There's no way you can get there. You're staying right there. No way, snow. But Horn Tavern Road is a narrow, winding, hilly. It is hard to imagine handling more traffic than it does now. Winding, it will be a challenge. Widening, it will be a challenge. New houses hardly have front yards deep enough to sacrifice land for widening. There are many mature trees right at the road edge. Those would be removed to widen the road. There are 12-inch drop-offs all along the road that fills with water after the rain. We have caution where we can't go across the Horn Tavern Road, so that's another deal. Those would have to have pipes added to handle rainfall before the road could be widened over the ditches. Widening Horn Tavern would be complicated, expensive position. And my main concern is, since I live on CCC Road, we're going to have people getting off at Kingston Springs, coming Brush Creek Road, cutting through CC Road to go to 96 or 100, or to go all the way to Brush Creek Road to get on Hunter Highway. So these roads are not wide enough to take care of this. So y'all really, really need to consider this plan that is up right now. And that's all I have to say right now. Thank y'all very much for listening.
Thank you.
I hope you will consider this deeply.
Next, we have Jerry Myatt.
I'm not gonna get up there.
Come on, son. One of our Army people, is it Army or Air Force?
Air Force.
Air Force man.
Well, we appreciate your
I'm
service,
not
sir.
used to doing stuff like this. I can't hear you people, but I'm gonna say, why and what are we gonna do about the roads if they put all these houses in there? They ain't wide enough now for two trucks to pass, that one pulling off between the mailboxes. I just think it's useless. That's about all I can say. I can't hear y'all or don't understand this
We
really.
did have a wreck today on CCC Road, yes, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your service.
Last, we have Leanne Hill.
Good evening, everyone. I'm not very good at public speaking, but this is a very important issue to me. I live at 7129 CCC Road. In addition to all the great points that my neighbors have made, I also want to address the issue of safety. There is a one-lane bridge on CCC Road, or on Horn Tavern Road, which it also leads to, it's a very narrow road, and putting more homes through that, or more cars through that, with the addition of all of the housing that is going up, is going to add a lot of danger. We also have, personally, I come from Michigan, and I'm used to walking on the roads, and I've noticed that there's a lot of people that are walking or running on Horn Tavern Road. And it's very dangerous. Like I was coming up the one-lane bridge and hit the S curve, and there was a gentleman, it was dark out, and he was running. And he was in my lane. And if I had not been paying attention, I could have hit him coming around that S curve. And that's scary. My husband, every morning, almost every morning he goes to work, there's a couple that walk on Horn Tavern and Cleveland, I believe it is. And he's almost hit them many times. So it's just very concerning to me that the more people that we add, especially if they're out-of-towners, they're going to think that they can walk on these roads or run on these roads, and it's already dangerous because two cars cannot pass. I want to just stress that infrastructure needs to happen before any of the building continues to happen. That's critical. It cannot come afterwards because of the safety. And to echo my neighbors, again, we're not against development. We're against development that is not planned or thought through before it's actually, before it happens. We're seeing unmitigated growth here in Fairview, and we have infrastructure problems right now on 100, and the traffic is backing up. So I just want to say growth managed well can strengthen a community. Growth that outpaces infrastructure, strains emergency services, and floods neighboring properties does the opposite. And we want to make sure that Fairview is a strong community. Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 6 is approval of the agenda.
Move to approve.
Second.
Ms. Jones?
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Buffalini,
Aye.
Commissioner Roberts,
Aye.
Vice Mayor McDonald,
Aye.
Mayor Anderson.
Aye. Item number 6 passes 5-0. Item number 7, public announcements, awards, and recognition. A, city events. Mr. Darty?
Thank you, Mayor and Board. The Easter egg hunt is Saturday, March 28th at 10 a.m. here at City Hall. It's gone back and forth, but it is going to be here at City Hall. We've put up a sign out front, and then we've tried to blast it out, but it is going to be here at City Hall. We are currently accepting sponsorships for the July 3rd event. If you would like to sponsor, please contact Richard Ross at 615-387-6140. Thank you.
Any questions from the board? Item B is healthcare presentation, Ascension St. Thomas.
Right, Mayor, thank you so much for having us. I'm Fahad Tahir from Ascension St. Thomas, and it's great to see the commissioners, and we appreciate the time today. Dr. Sherwood?
I think I know a lot of you already, so, and maybe some folks here too. Family physician here locally in Dixon Medical Associates.
So we're honored to be able to speak to you today about the plans and excitement we have to serve the community closer to home with the new Ascension St. Thomas Fairview Health Campus. And we look forward to telling you a little bit about our plans and hearing your questions and contributing to the community's overall healthcare infrastructure to continue to support the community's needs. On the next slide, you'll see just a brief overview. All right, there we go. Of just who we are as a health system. We're a ministry of the church, Ascension St. Thomas, and our responsibility and our calling is to answer God's call to bring health, healing, and hope to all. And we've done this for generations. On the next slide, you'll see that we have served this community for more than 125 years in Middle Tennessee. And like every organization, we have an origin story, and our origin starts with a letter from Bishop Thomas to sisters about the need for this growing community that needed access to health care. So 4 sisters traveled across the country to come here to a donated home to start the first healthcare mission in Nashville at St. Thomas. And I love this word. I know so much good can be done here because that's the responsibility we aim to live up to every day through our words and our deeds. And our vision for the Fairview partnership with the community is to bring that access to do good work right here for our neighbors in Fairview. On the next slide, you'll see a little bit about what we've been up to live up to the example of those sisters that founded our ministry. Just over the past decade, we've prided ourselves not only providing geographically accessible care closer to home, but also financially accessible care. And as a not-for-profit, faith-based health system, we have a responsibility to provide clinical excellence, but also in a mission-compatible way as a part of the church. And that includes providing financially accessible health care. So we provide community benefit programs and financial assistance. Our financial assistance policy is 400% of the federal poverty guideline, and we've provided more than $1.2 billion in community benefit programs in this past decade, including nearly $355 million charity care last year, because of our sense of responsibility to the community. And we try to be innovative in how we take care of the community. We provide medical missions right here in Middle Tennessee. All of our churches send folks all over the world to help people who need access to health care. We want to take care of folks in our own backyard who don't have access to health care because of being uninsured. So we provide medical missions at home since 2007. We provide free medications to patients through a dispensary of hope, which was founded by a doctor who realized that their patients, as much as they wanted to follow their advice and get medications, couldn't afford their medications. And so we've provided a free not-for-profit dispensary of hope prescription service for patients. And this past year, we served 164,000 patients, and we've been providing about 3,000 scripts a day to patients in need. So that's just a little bit about who we are as a ministry. From a healthcare perspective, we have 18 hospitals and 320 sites of care across Middle Tennessee. So we serve patients in a lot of different ways. We have hospitals, specialty centers, outpatient campuses, whether it's ERs, surgery centers, physician offices, physical therapy, throughout the region. And one of the things that we know is that we want to not just provide, make people travel to us, we want to come to the community. And Fairview has trusted St. Thomas for generations, and we are grateful for that trust, and we feel like it's our responsibility to bring that care closer to home, and that's our plan for the community. On the next slide, you'll see a little bit about the Fairview Health Campus will be an extension of Ascension St. Thomas West Hospital. And folks have been traveling to our hospital and making that 35 to 40-minute drive for generations, and we're grateful for that trust. We have an incredible hospital. It's served my family and my loved ones. Our doctors and caregivers are incredible and take care of people for the most complex needs, from heart surgery to heart transplant to the most advanced stroke and neurosciences care to complex cancer care and advanced surgery. Whether it's more basic needs or more complex needs, I think our hospital has really, over generations, served the community's needs well. What we realize, though, it's a burden to come to our campus, and we could do better coming closer to you. And that's the thinking behind what you'll hear about tonight. The community has trusted us over generations. You know, part of our culture is we challenge ourselves to listen to the advice of our doctors and build clinical programs. And we had the first open heart surgery, heart transplant, female heart transplant. So there's a culture of firsts that have been part of the responsibility we see of bringing great care to the community. And patients have trusted us for all of these major services. 1 in 3 patients has surgery at our hospitals, has cardiac care, delivers a baby at our St. Thomas facilities. So patients have trusted us over generations. And these are some of the numbers that you'll see. And really what I would tell you is we take our pride not just in what we do, but how we do it. We do a high volume of complex services, and we try to do it with clinical excellence, but also with a warmth and a humanity and a compassion that sees the patient as more than a medical diagnosis, but as a whole person who needs body, mind, and spirit served through the ministry of St. Thomas. And that's a little bit about who we are. When we came to share the plans about Fairview and bringing a health campus to Fairview, we did that in partnership with local physicians because we want to be part of the community. That is in the nature of who we are as an organization. And so we partnered with the DMA physicians in Fairview and Dr. Sherwood. And we want to share a little bit about the plans that we designed. We did what's called a community health needs assessment to determine what are the clinical services the community needs. And that is what informed this health campus that we're bringing to the community. What you can see here is that we're providing emergency care as well as primary care and specialty care physicians. I'm going to invite Dr. Sherwood to talk a little bit about our primary care, specialty care services, and then I'll talk a little bit about the emergency department. Dr. Sherwood. Yeah.
Thank you, Fahad. So, as many of you know, Dixon Medical Associates started a site here in Fairview 8 years ago, and we are outgrowing the space. And, you know, I have a physician assistant there with me, but the plan all along has been to look for a site that's suitable for a much larger space and bring in some of the specialists that we don't necessarily have here available locally, or maybe folks have to travel to, you know, out of town to Nashville or Franklin for. One thing that I know that we'll intend to have and already do have embedded is psychotherapy along with primary care. Probably expand more of a regular express care type offering after hours to expand those options. Looking at various specialties, and a lot of community input I think will be very important. For example, I've gotten expressions of need for full-time pediatrics here, and so that would definitely be something that I think that we would want to recruit for and have as part of the building. You see that building there, and in the location, we would be directly west of that, which, as you all may know, this is immediately east of Thompson's Kitchen. So our building, you know, we're getting architectural plans drawn up, but, you know, the size will be big enough to accommodate a larger primary care space, specialty space, and other rehabilitation services and so on. A lot of it's a work in progress, and I think if there are specific services that you all think this would be great to have here, this is, you know, as we get into the plans of pushing this forward, I mean, the pediatrics, for example, or something like that, that will be a great opportunity in the coming months to hear about more, which, you know, you could email me or contact the office or whomever. We can connect you, of course. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
So I think more than anything, what we want you to know is that this is about the needs of the community. And so we want to do a community health needs assessment. We started that process, but now in order to take it to the next step, we have to obtain state approval for the emergency department part of this. So that's what we want to share with you next. So there's going to be a 24/7, 365 emergency department right here in Fairview alongside the primary care, specialty care, and behavioral health services, all on a health campus designed to minimize the need for travel outside of town for healthcare and bring that care right here, 24/7, 365. These are the services that will be providing in the emergency department. So it's advanced imaging, laboratory services. The physicians that are going to be providing the emergency care are the same caliber of St. Thomas doctors that are in the St. Thomas West campus. It's the same group of physicians that will also be staffing board-certified doctors with expertise in emergency care, working alongside our partners at Dixon Medical Associates Fairview, next door, for providing primary care, specialty care, and behavioral health. So all that on one health campus. One of the things that we're excited about, and some of our staff are very excited about, is they live in Fairview and drive to St. Thomas, and one of the things that I think they want to do is work closer to home and take care of their neighbors. So we're going to be working through a process to both create job opportunities for the community, but also we have a lineup of folks who live in Fairview and drive to St. Thomas who would rather work at the Fairview campus to take care of their neighbors right here, and we're excited to make that opportunity available as well. So for all of this to happen, we have to obtain approval from the state of Tennessee. And so that's what you see here. There's a process in the state of Tennessee called the Certificate of Need process. In order for us to prove that the community wants us here, needs this service, we have to present to what's called the Health Facilities Commission, and that is a process that you have to apply for. We've applied. We've provided all the information that's required. Our application has been deemed complete, which means it's ready to go. And so we are ready to be heard by the Health Facilities Commission as soon as they put us on the agenda. And there's some specifics on the process and the date. One of the things that's really important for us to present our case as is not just, it's not about St. Thomas, it's about the community's desire to have healthcare here and having a 24/7 emergency department right here in Fairview. And so in order to do that, we welcome community support and participation and letters of support. So this is the gentleman who's going to get a lot of letters. We would love the community to demonstrate how important this is to you by providing letters of support. You can see a very simple letter of support. I forget what that's called when you take a picture of it.
QR code.
QR code. Thank you. So there's a QR code. If you want to just take a quick pic on your phone, you can just do that right now, and that would be great, and we would appreciate that. And then also, we are going to welcome folks to come and travel to Cordell Hall building and speak on behalf of the community, that the community wants and deserves a 24/7, 365 freestanding ER emergency room right here that is for Fairview. And so we want your voice to be heard. The Healthcare Facilities Commission can certainly evaluate our application, but what's more powerful is when they hear that directly from the community. And so we'd welcome you to be alongside Dr. Shorewood, myself, and the physicians that are with us to present on behalf of Fairview for the need for a 24/7, 365 ER. So thank you for the time. I'll turn it back over to the commissioners.
Any questions from our board?
Mayor,
Commissioner Buffalini?
thank you. Thank you, gentlemen, for your presentation. We really appreciate this. What is it, you had spoken about being a nonprofit. What does it mean being nonprofit in this community?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. So Ascension St. Thomas is a not-for-profit, faith-based healthcare system. As a not-for-profit health system, we don't have owners. We're not investor-owned, whether it's individuals or publicly traded. Our responsibility is to be here as a charitable mission of the church to serve the needs of Tennessee. That's why we exist. So in order to live up to our responsibilities and our mission, we have local community members who are on our board of directors. We have no owners. My responsibility is to deliver what the community needs. We can only generate so much in revenue and excess of expenses, after which we have to invest that back into the community for services and expansion like what you're seeing today. So that's what makes us different. That's our responsibility, is we get the privilege of reflecting the mission of the church and delivering healthcare for our community And if we do that in a financially responsible way, we get to do more of it and serve more people. And that sometimes includes healthcare expansion, like what you see here. Sometimes that means adding new services the community needs that hasn't had before. Sometimes it means reinvesting in our people and in our services and our healthcare infrastructure. And often it means providing a more generous charity care policy than is typical in the industry. So for example, our financial assistance policy is up to, I said earlier, 400% of the federal poverty guidelines. So the federal government defines poverty. Our charity policy provides financial assistance to individuals and families up to 4 times the federal government's definition. So if a household earns up to $127,000, we provide sliding scale financial assistance to reduce the cost of healthcare for that family through a financial assistance program. And just as an example, 3/4 of residents of Williamson County and Fairview would be eligible for our financial assistance policy. So that's an example of how we live up to our responsibilities as a not-for-profit.
That's great. I appreciate that. I have 2 more questions. One you already answered is about how you're going to staff everything, and I appreciate you giving first dibs. And I had asked another ER that's come into the area as well the same question about if you were going to hold more of a career fair here in Fairview and offer Fairview folks the first dibs at jobs here locally, and you answered that already, so I appreciate that. The other one was, how are you integrating physicians between between Ascension, St. Thomas, and DMA?
So we're appreciative for this partnership with DMA and Ascension St. Thomas, and DMA is our partner both in the development of this medical campus, this health campus, but also in the thinking that goes into what the communities, how to deliver on our responsibility to the community's needs. So a lot of what we just talked about is what kind of specialties the community needs. That's done in partnership with the DMA physicians, but we also will have a patient and family advisory council to help advise the thinking that goes into this. So that may include services like adding wellness services so that we're actively participating in the community's needs for the neighbors that we have around us. That includes other services, specialties that people are traveling a lot for that would be better to have right here. Some of those services would be provided by DMA's specialty physicians, and other specialties will be from St. Thomas physicians that will come to Fairview so that patients don't have to travel to the St. Thomas West campus.
Got you. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Anything else, Dr. Sherwood?
No, I mean, I reiterate those same comments. And I think working with Ascension has just been such a joy because they're here to complement, we're here to complement what, they don't want to outcompete anybody, nor do we. We just want to, fulfill those needs that, are needed here in the community. That's what it's all about. That's what it's about.
Thank you, Dr. Sherwood. I appreciate that. And since you're here, I got this thing in the back of my, no, I'm joking. Thank you. I'm done.
Commissioner Roberts.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Fahir, and thank you, Dr. Sherwood, for being here this evening. I've got 2 questions. The first is probably the simplest answer, I think. What is the footprint of the property? How many acres is this land that you're planning to build on?
So roughly speaking, it's just short of about 6 acres. We initially purchased that property 2.5 acres-ish, which was where an Ace Hardware was supposed to be, I guess, and that fell through a number of years ago. And the adjacent property immediately east is 3.5 acres. So 6-acre campus, more or less.
Okay, thank you. And then my second question, which is a little bit of a piggyback on something that Commissioner Buffalini was saying, and excuse me, if this exceeds the scope of this conversation, then I'm okay to wait and see how everything shakes out. But it's interesting to me because Dixon Medical Associates has huge campuses over in Dixon, but this is coming in under the purview of Ascension St. Thomas. So is this, how does this work? Because Ascension is one entity and DMA is another. So how exactly is this working? And DMA, do they have representation at like the business level and the certificate of need level?
Mm-hmm. I'm happy to help, but certainly Dr. Sherwood's welcome because we're partners, and so we should answer both components of the question. But just generally speaking, we both serve Fairview, and we both see the need for more care close to home for Fairview residents. And so through the compatibility of our mission of serving patients here in Fairview and the desire to both grow, to bring more care here, it makes sense to coordinate our efforts because we think we can do better together. And so two organizations as partners coordinating our efforts, we believe, will provide for more of the needs to be met and to strengthen each other as organizations. And so what we provide as Ascension St. Thomas is expertise in 24/7, 365 emergency care and a lot of the more complex subspecialties that are housed at St. Thomas West campus. Dixon Medical Associates has had a Fairview presence served Fairview residents for generations and had a presence here for the past decade and saw the need to grow as well. So what we saw is, let's coordinate our efforts to create something bigger together to meet the needs of the community. And that's where this health campus vision came from.
Yeah, I mean, basically, I don't have a whole lot to add to that, but it's a partnership with regard to the campus. So, I mean, in terms of representation, I mean, that's the least of my, that's not a concern for me.
Thank you.
I have a quick question.
Mr. Hall?
With the Natchez already at Highway 46 in Dixon, would this be a patient's choice to come to this one as compared to that one? In other words, if they live down there and they chose here, there would be any distinction there to refuse work from either one?
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, any patient in the community, any community member who lives in Fairview or in the region or surrounding Fairview in any direction would be welcome.
Okay.
If they choose to come to Fairview and choose to an Ascension St. Thomas 24/7 ER, if that's their choice, we'll be open for business for them and here to serve their needs.
Right. Thank you.
Mayor?
Commissioner Buffalini?
One more quick question. When do you think, if everything goes in line, when do you think you'll be able to do a ribbon cutting?
We are awaiting a confirmation of the date that we would be heard by the Healthcare Facilities Commission. And so one possible date has been April 22nd, and we're prepared and ready for that, should that be possible. Another possible date is the subsequent month that the Healthcare Facilities Commission meets, which is May 27th. We'll also be ready for that date if that's when we're heard, and the physicians, St. Thomas, and the community members would go speak for that. We will find out that same day that we've been approved. So we get that good news, we get to celebrate together for about half a minute, and then we start working the next day on developing the site. So we would just coordinate schedules with elected officials, community leaders, our physicians, on when we can get together to get things started on the development. And then the development timeline, I think we would work with the leaders in the community on what you would recommend. We have done this in anywhere from between 12 and 18 months in other communities, depending on site readiness and also making sure we have adequate time for community input. What's really important to us is the community feels like this is Fairview's ER and health campus that we are honored to be trusted to provide. And so we want the Patient Family Advisory Council to be organized. We want the community's input to be part of the design. We want the physicians to help with the specialty planning. And so we just want to make sure that that's part of the process. But we're ready to go as fast as we get the state approvals for proceeding and the local approvals for the development and site work.
Perfect, thank you.
And we're committed to being good neighbors.
So, Mr. Fahad and Dr. Sherwood, we've been in talks about this for quite a while. It's been, exciting to have you come and want to invest in our community and help. We've got an aging community, but also we have a lot of new people. So with that being said, there's been talks of maybe a 55 and up community, so we can't have that without a 24/7 emergency department here. So it's very exciting to have that. And I love the partnership. A lot of my, things I do medically are with DMA already. So I did want you to explain one thing that has been discussed with the community, or the community discussing an item, and that is they've mentioned about nonprofit versus for-profit as far as tax base. Correct me if I'm wrong. I see that as for-profit would have a tax base for the community, but since you're a campus, even though you're nonprofit, your other parts of the campus would be for-profit and have a tax base. So if I'm wrong, let me know, but I just wanted to clear that up for the community.
Yeah. Yeah, DMA is a private business, so I can't speak to the joint venture part and how that would impact, but yeah.
Yeah, so part of the
Yeah.
campus will be not-for-profit,
Yeah.
part of the campus will be for-profit, and
Yeah.
therefore providing taxes. And in all events, our
I
commitment.
mean, just Mike. Thank you.
And yes, part of the campus would be a nonprofit entity, part of the campus would be a for-profit entity, and in all events, our intent is to provide a lot of value to the community beyond the property tax component of it in terms of access to care for those who need access, providing jobs, providing development, adding new services, providing high-paying jobs. So our intent is to create a lot of positive community impact, both in property taxes through the partnership and the structure, but also with all the other ways through financial assistance for patients and community members who need it, and the jobs that we'll be developing and providing, and the other expansions planned that would allow for a lot of community impact in a positive way.
Thank you. I just think that there was a little bit of confusion about one is one thing and one is the other, but actually, it's very similar in the way taxes be collected.
It is.
And I mean, y'all do a great job. DMA does a great job. The partnership seems to be an offering of many different medical, outlets as far as the mental health and possibly pediatrics. What you're looking at is very exciting for a whole campus atmosphere. So I really appreciate it. If there's no other questions from the board, Commissioner Buffalini?
Thank you. Are you planning on having any community meetings anytime soon?
Thanks, Commissioner. Yes, we do have several community meetings planned, both in the community for our neighbors in and around the site. That will be at Thompson's Kitchen next week. And then we also have, and folks are welcome to be there, and they're also doing that in the community with the church community. Obviously, that's something that we always try to prioritize, and making sure we're associating and learning from the church community and meeting the congregations. And then also, we are open to other events, venues, and formats. We really want the community to feel like they have direct access to the St. Thomas and DMA leadership. Advise us, give us your feedback, give us your concerns, so we can incorporate that into our thinking. But we want you to be really proud of what we're building, and the best way we're going to know that we got it right is by listening to your feedback and input. So we have events planned starting next week and throughout the next couple months.
Thank you.
The event at Thompson's Kitchen, do you have a day and time for that?
We do. It is next Thursday.
It'll be next Thursday from 6 to 7:30. The target audience for that will be the Audubon Cove neighborhood. We're wanting to do a kind of meet the neighbors information session, so that one will be more targeted to the residents of that community. But we are planning a broader community event for the first week in April. We'll have more information out next week about that.
So the first community meeting is this next Thursday, which would be, okay. So it will be March 26th from 6 to 7:30 p.m. at Thompson's Kitchen.
I have a question.
Vice Mayor McDonald.
Just want a point of clarification. You guys have mentioned campus a couple times. I just want, as often things can happen, confusion can set in. So campus might suggest multiple buildings. Is this still one building that you're thinking, or are you doing multiple buildings?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Yes, it's going to be multiple buildings on the 6-acre campus. That's right.
And are all of those buildings in the property, some owned by Ascension and some owned, like how, it's just curious how that's working?
Yep, it's a joint development. We're probably not sharing all the details of it, and I may not have all of those top of mind, but what I would tell you is the design and intent of the partnership is for the medical campus to be jointly developed by DMA and Ascension St. Thomas.
Right.
And there's probably details beyond that that I may not have immediately.
Sure, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Thank you so much, Mr. Fahad and Dr. Sherwood, for being here tonight and presenting your plan
Thank
for
you, Mayor.
Fairview.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 7C, American Legion Veterans Park Project. Mr. Dodaro.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City and staff. I was the past commander of American Legion Post 248 here in Fairview. We meet at the Lions Club monthly. 98% of our proceeds and monies are spent here in Fairview, given to youth sports, junior ROTC, some of the school teams, veterans in need. We were able to use some of our funds and had donations, and I believe it was a little over $3,500 that we took up in gifts to the State Veterans Home in Clarksville, which, believe it or not, being that close to Fort Campbell doesn't get much support. So tonight I am presenting a project that the American Legion went out on their own and commissioned using a local, highly regarded landscape company, Innovative Lawns. The owner, Eric Grisham, has kindly showed up tonight to help answer any questions you may have on the technical side. The American Legion contacted Mr. Eric about a year ago to work in conjunction with him to make an improvement to Veterans Park, which is off of Highway 96 for those that don't know. We currently have the flagpoles for the 6 branches, American flag, and the city was kind enough to install a sign years ago denoting it as Veterans Park. But we wanted to make an improvement upon that, put in a paver sidewalk from the parking area over to the flags with a circle encompassing the flagpoles itself, and install a knee wall. Well, let me back up. The paver roughly will be 275 feet long and 4 feet wide. It's commercial. Belgrade is the brand pavers. Everything is pretty much included with Eric's estimate. We can go over that in a moment, but basically we want to have the walkway go from the parkway, the parking area, over to the flags, encircling the flags, and put in a knee wall. And a knee wall roughly 2.5 feet tall that you could sit on. But I've asked it to be engineered so in the future, if the city or the American Legion or another veteran service organization wanted to include monuments or a wall full of plaques or something like that, the capstone on the top could be removed, and then the new structure could be installed without having to excavate, dig, compromise the existing paver system. So that part is already done. And I believe you guys should have the total estimate, which is a year old, and with the current economic stuff going on, a total of $33,625. The American Legion has discussed this in depth, including the financials, and we are prepared to donate $9,000 to the city once the city accepts this program and project to move forward. And we, at this time, we're asking the city to do the other approximately 75%. This will allow the American Legion to use the remaining funds in our account to purchase fireworks, which is our big fundraiser, our only fundraiser, so that in the future we can include statues, plaques, monuments, something along those lines to improve Veterans Park in the future. And I realize I'm asking for tax money, and I hate spending tax money. I do. I am the worst. So yes, right now, I don't know, Eric, if you've reviewed the numbers, if there's a big difference or not. Not really. It's pretty close. If you look at the estimate, there is no tax because the American Legion is also a nonprofit, so we wouldn't be charged taxes. So there's no hidden fees or anything like that in there. Obviously, this is just for discussion. I'd love to see a motion to move this forward tonight, if at all possible, from the commissioners and the mayor, vice mayor, and get this going. Because we've got a lot of members that have, of the American Legion, that grew up here, lived here, when they got out of the service, came back home. They've been a member for over 30 years. We don't have anything in the city that says, hey, we're the American Legion.
Mr. Dodaro, and I'm going to ask Mr. Daugherty this question. Would this type of situation come under what would be part of the tree bank fund that we could use, since it's landscaping, pavers?
Possibly. I believe probably the majority of it could.
We have quite a bit of money in the tree bank fund, which would make it where our tax dollars would not have to go towards that. If that would be an option and we could look into that, then that money is sitting in a fund that the board could approve to be used for this,
Absolutely.
if they so choose.
Mayor?
Mayor.
Oh, sorry, Vice Mayor.
Vice Mayor McDonald?
I just want to say thank you. I've been on and off talking with different staff members about that park in general and wanting to come up with ideas. I've talked with you and the landscaping committee a couple times too about it. This is great to see. I think it'll kickstart investment into that park, which is long overdue. And yeah, I just look forward to it. I mean, you have my full support with it.
Commissioner Buffalini?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Dodaro, for this, and we appreciate all of our veterans, for sure. Mr. Carter, is it proper to make a motion? It's not, right? Okay.
We need to put it on an agenda with a resolution just to spend the money that you vote on at a future meeting.
Right, that's what I thought. Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Mayor?
Commissioner Roberts?
Thank you. Thank you for being here tonight, Mr. Dodaro.
Absolutely.
Would the veterans who are here in support of this please just raise your hand or stand if you'd like? Thank you for being here. Thank you for your service. This is a really wonderful idea to honor our veterans, and I support it. I also am curious about whether the Tree Bank Fund can pay for it. We are looking at a huge bill right now from our storm cleanup. And though there would be reimbursement through FEMA and TEMA for a lot of it, it will be a long time before we would be reimbursed. So I'm sure this will show up on an agenda in the future for us to discuss more at length, but hopefully we can have some answers about the ice storm cleanup cost and what funds could potentially cover this so we could be prepared for that conversation. And Mr. Grisham, thank you so much for your estimate. I don't know if the cost of materials has changed, but I find it remarkable that that estimate hasn't changed in a year, so thank you so much.
Sir, could you come to the mic? Thank you. Those at home can't hear, and they always ask us, what was said? So,
what I was saying is I haven't checked to compare pricing today versus when we did this, but if there is any difference, we'll just absorb that cost because we want to support this, and I think it's for a great cause. I'll just say, when we first purchased our property on Highway 96, I went to do an estimate around the corner from the park. I had no idea it was there. I knew nothing about it, never heard of it. And as I was leaving, I saw the water for the pond, the lake there, and just pulled in out of curiosity of what it was. And it was overgrown, unkept, and then somebody told me what it was. And I thought it was a shame that it was in the condition it was, honestly. So to see the flags go up and that something's being done is, we want to be part of it in any way we can and obviously help support that. So,
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
I love that this is a community-based project too, so thank you
yeah,
so much.
Absolutely.
and just for the record, just state your name and who you're with, so
Yeah.
we can have that for the record.
It's Eric Grisham with Innovative Lawns and Garden Center on Highway 96 North, 1302 Highway 96 North.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Mayor.
Commissioner Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Dodaro and Mr. Grisham. This is kind of what I consider another hidden gem in Fairview. This is where the fishing rodeo is held once a year, where the Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency stocks the pond for a lot of the children to come and fish there. And it's usually a huge success, and I just want to offer my support for it. Thank you.
Thank you. If I may add, Board, the American Legion members have discussed trying to obtain some sponsorships, donations from some of our businesses in the community, and also many, many civilians. Just about every American citizen has a family member, past or present, that served. And what would be a neater way than in your hometown to have their name on a plaque or on a paver or something like that? But we didn't feel comfortable asking for donations and then potentially sitting on that money for years, and people are like, hey, what'd you do with my money, right? So if and when this becomes approved, which should be soon, then we can go ahead and start asking for people to start donating for their loved ones and their family members. That will help raise money, just like we did at the Treehouse Playground at Bowie Nature Park, where the fence pickets help cover some of the costs, maintenance, future, that kind of thing, and then recognize your family members. But we appreciate all support.
Thank you. I think we all agree that we want to support this project, and we appreciate the service from our veterans. Thank you, Mr. Dodaro.
Thank you.
Item number 8, staff comments and monthly reports. We will be limiting the comments and the reports to 5 minutes each. The A would be the city manager report.
Thank you, Mayor, Board. We may go a little over 5 minutes tonight, but I'll try to keep it as brief as possible. Ice storm update, tree leaners and hangers in the Bowie Nature Park Trail System for drop and toss to be added to the reimbursement contract is on tonight's agenda for approval. These additional services are estimated at $500,000. That's the drop and toss plus the monitoring, so we can get reimbursed. Bringing the total cost of both right-of-way debris removal and the park drop and toss services at $1.2 million. If right now it has been approved for 75% reimbursement by FEMA, that would be once it reimbursed, it'd be a $300,000 outlay for the city. If we get the 12.5% from the state, which still very hopeful for, then that would be $150,000 outlay for the city. It may take some time to get reimbursed, but it's still, in my opinion, the most economical route to go. We're still planning on funding from the reserves. I'll have to talk to Patrick about the legalities of the resolution or ordinance with the tree bank, because I know it's for landscaping, but I think this may fall in a little different category, but we possibly could use some of that. And this will be reflected in the amended budget to be presented on April 2nd, a BOC meeting. We will have a workshop beforehand, and if we need to talk hash any of that out, we can. I did want to say, Commissioner Roberts had asked me how many passes they were going to make, and I talked to Brigham with Phillips, and he said they're going to make one pass, but then they can go back and get some hot spots. So if you have, if you have a group effort to clean up and they've already gone through, let me know, and we can do some hot spots. But they're only going to make one full pass, and then just a few. If there's a few that need to be picked up, they're willing to do that. The contractors have begun with right-of-way debris removal, and will begin the park Saturday with, if the board approves the contract tonight. Updated estimates for cleanup are 7 to 8 weeks. I personally think it's going to be much less than that, but that is what they've said. Bowie Nature Park remains closed due to safety issues with the limbs hanging from treetops, and I just felt like I needed to say that. That's why it is closed. There's been some other things going around that is inaccurate for the closure of the park. It is totally for safety. Any questions on the ice storm?
Mayor?
Commissioner Buffalini?
Thank you. Is there a grid or that we have for the city of how they're going around collecting debris?
They have a map with, and they have their own route they're going. We don't. I've got a map that I can see where they're going, but I don't have anything that says when they're going. They're not going by our
Pick up,
four
yeah,
districts or four
right.
areas.
And the other thing is, so you mentioned possibly using the tree fund to assist with the cleanup.
Well, I mentioned that because Commissioner Roberts said that. I will get with Patrick and look at. If it's a possibility, I will let you know before during the workshop.
Right.
on
So
the
my question about that is, what's the tree fund for? Or rather, how is the tree fund funded and why is it funded?
It's funded for when businesses come in and I guess just cut down a lot of trees and they don't replace them. They make a deposit into the tree fund to compensate.
Okay, so we're going to use the tree fund that is funded from developers cutting trees down to cut more trees down and take the trees out, correct?
The reason that I think we may not be able to use it is the purpose of it is for landscaping. I think this is it depending on your definition of landscaping. I'll get with Patrick. I'm not sure that we can use them for that or not.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor?
Commissioner Roberts?
Thank you. Mr. Daugherty, this might be getting ahead of us just a little bit, but for the benefit of people who have some limbs down, but maybe they don't have whole trees down, how will this fit with the regular chipper service?
We're planning on the regular chipper service starting in April, just as normal. So, but it'll be back down to the 4-inch caliber limit on limbs. So, any big stuff needs to be picked up now.
Okay, so that's the priority, is getting big things out in time for this service, and then the chipper service could pick up smaller
Yes, and it'll be
branches.
back to the 10x3 limits like we always have.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor,
Commissioner Hall?
thank you. Tom, as far as the tree bank fund money goes, and like you said, it's something that Mr. Carter needs to look into, I'm sure. But if we borrowed from that, could we also maybe sign a note to pay the city back as each year to replenish the tree bank fund money and use it in the case of an emergency that we have here?
That could be a possibility. If the board so choose that once we get reimbursed from FEMA and TEMA, that we could replenish those funds.
Okay.
With the reimbursement.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor McDonald?
Thank you, Mayor. Can you just explain to, I guess, everybody that's watching or here in the audience exactly how, typically, when the city does something, we would put it out to bid. I'm assuming that the state has already done this, and which is we're going with who won that bid process, or can you explain to me why we can't put the buoy cleanup portion out to bid with local tree service companies here in Fairview? I feel like that number would probably be lower with local people, but I'm just trying to get information on it.
We went with the right of way with the contractors that won the state bid for anything the state's doing cleanup wise. After meeting with Williamson County Emergency, they recommended going with them because they do this all the time. And one of the biggest things about getting reimbursements is you have to have it monitored as well. And that has to be turned in a fashion that is acceptable to the federal government to get your reimbursements. So they it's kind of like they've been there, done that, and not many people do. They go to all the hurricanes and all the tornadoes, and they're used to working and getting the reimbursement. So you might could get it cheaper than $500,000, but after the reimbursement, I don't know anybody that could do it for what is that, $75,000 or whatever for the cleaning up the park once you get reimbursed. So the main reason I felt like it was imperative we go with people that are experienced in the reimbursement process, and there's that those people are very, very limited.
Thank you.
Mayor.
Mr. Roberts.
Thank you. I just remembered this also. We've had a lot of questions about an opportunity for volunteers to go in and help with the park. So do you anticipate there being a possibility once the dangerous limbs are down that the community could pull together to go into the park and help clean up?
Yes, we've talked about it briefly, Keith and I. We're still working on what can and can't be done. We don't want a lot of people carrying around saws and this, that, and anything that puts the city at a major liability, but we will have some opportunity for volunteerism with this.
I have a question about the workshop. Westwood Elementary School is having their big 25-year celebration on that night. And I know it's a BOC meeting, but their celebration starts at 5 and will end before the BOC meeting, but probably not before the workshop's over. So I've been asked to come and speak at the celebration. Not that I have to be here. Vice Mayor McDonald is more than capable of doing that, but I think they were kind of wanting all the commissioners there. So I really would like to celebrate their 25 years with all the commissioners who would like to be there. So I think the board needs to decide if we could do something different for the workshop on a different night. Yes, April 2nd is.
I'm fine with doing it that Tuesday if you'd rather. I don't want to get too far back. I have to have everything prepared the Wednesday before.
We do have a Parks and Landscape meeting that is held here on Monday at 7. I don't know if. It would be April 6th.
Well, the meeting's April 2nd, the BOC, so we need to have it before that.
I see what you're saying. We'd need to do it before the.
I'm willing to be here, whatever's convenient for you guys. I don't think I have anything that is necessary. Or if you want to email me a good night, I'm fine.
Mayor, would just not having the workshop on a night that there is no meeting, like next Thursday, would that be okay?
Well, next Thursday is the Ascension St. Thomas, 6 to 7:30 at Thompson's Kitchen, which I know we would want to be there.
Yep.
I don't think I'd be prepared by that quick, but shortly thereafter I could be.
Mayor, what time do we foresee Westwood's event concluding?
Well, their celebrations, the ceremony is at 5 p.m., but their celebration's at 5:30. I mean, that's going to really be tight for us to be here at 6.
Right. Is there a chance that we can start the workshop at 6:30 and start our meeting at 7:30? Our board meeting at 7:30?
I think an hour would be at bare minimum. I would probably recommend hour and a half, 2 hours, probably.
Oh, okay.
We've got a lot to go over.
What about Monday the 30th, Tuesday the 31st?
I would recommend the 30th or the 31st.
The 31st is an economic seminar that Patty Carroll and I are attending at the factory at 7 o'clock. Well, oh no, that's in the morning. Okay, that's in the morning. I was looking at 7, but it's in the morning.
There you go.
Hello, lucky us, 7 a.m. But no, Monday or Tuesday, March 30th or 31st. How does the board feel about either one of those days? I've started bringing my calendar just for these very reasons.
Would you guys like me to just email out tomorrow and see what the availability of everybody on the 30th or the 31st? Okay, thank you.
That way, it gives everybody an opportunity to look at their calendars, but let's just keep it in mind, either the 30th or 31st, to see which one's best. But we'll look at those two dates.
Okay.
So that we can, I think it's important that we celebrate this milestone for Westwood Elementary School.
Of course.
I know that we'd all want to try to be there.
Anything else on the ice storm? Local Parks and Recreational Fund Grant for Historical Village update. I believe we've about checked all the boxes off. Application is due April 1st, and I just want to say thank you to everybody that's been involved in that. Any questions on the LPRF grant? Fire truck update. The delivery has been moved up to May, originally planned for August-September timeframe. Cumberland Securities is presenting a capital outlay note resolution that is on tonight's agenda for board approval. It will not affect this year's budget as far as paying anything out on the note. I did have one question. Somebody asked if we were planning on paying cash for this at one time, and then the answer is yes. When I first started, we had 3 really good revenue years in sales tax, and then it died down, flatlined, and now it's about, we've been going about 1% to 2% every year for the past 2 or 3 years. So I was hoping to keep operations level with that account, but the revenues did not support that, so that's why we are going with the capital outlay note. Any questions on the fire truck?
Mayor?
Commissioner Buffalini?
Silly question, but will there be a watered down event?
What?
A watered down event. When a fire department gets a new truck, they usually have a celebration of that truck, and they wash the truck. The community comes out and they hose it down. It's a hose down event, and they wash the truck. They let the community touch the truck. So just
I'm not aware.
Something to
I'm
think
not
about.
aware. Chief Hughes is welcome to hold that if he so chooses. I think I've never heard of that, but thank you.
Yeah.
Mayor?
Vice Mayor McDonald?
Thank you. You just kind of touched on it. I'm just kind of curious to go a layer deeper on that. So I do recall the time years ago that you had mentioned we were stockpiling money away in anticipation of a fire truck coming in, and that you had planned to have cash set aside to do that. Sounds like revenue's adjusted, that cash isn't there. However, I guess I'm wondering how much cash was set aside, and of that, where is it, or what did it end up going towards?
Well, it was all officially operating revenue. I was just putting $50,000 a month over in a capital account. But here's my operating. It was way up. And then I was hoping as I put into the capital account, they would stay level. Well, as I put in, then so I just had to go in for operations. It wasn't anything that it was just the revenue didn't pan out like we were hoping it did. I mean, we had double-digit increases for 3 years, and then went to 0 1 year, and then 1% and 2%'s been the highest since.
I mean, I guess my immediate concern based off that response is if we've been pulling that money that was set aside for the fire truck in to cover operational costs, and now that money is gone, the operational cost need is still going to be there. So where's that gap going to be filled once that money that you set aside is no longer available to fill that hole?
Well, it's going to have to be looked at in this upcoming budget.
So we're just looking
It's-
at it right now? I was hoping for a little bit more of a thought-out response on that.
Well, it depends on what the board. There's always, we've been upfront about we're probably needing to up property tax a little bit. If that's not on the table, then we need to find it in another place. But we don't have really a choice with this fire truck. It was ordered 3 years ago, and it's going to be here, and we gotta pay for it. And also, it's not something it's a luxury. They have to rotate those out every 15 years. So anyway, are you?
No, that's satisfactory. We can get together outside of this and talk further about it, but I
Okay.
would just like to have a little bit more insight to that, I guess. I was always under the impression that money, I know you would always say it's just kind of sitting in this side account in the operations budget. I assumed it was there, and then when we started talking about capital, it's like, well, I just wanting clarity on that, but we can talk about it at a later
Mayor?
date.
Sure.
Mr. Roberts?
Thank you. And I, by all means, I hope that you do discuss it, but could we get a more clear report on that in the next meeting, please?
What do you
Like
want?
what the plan is to cover the cost, since this is being raised as a question. I know that you and Vice Mayor McDonald will talk about it, but can we get some clarity on it, just a little bit more?
Yeah, we're gonna have a lot of stuff with the budget. Is just right here. We're behind the 8 ball on getting things done with this ice storm. Once we get the amended budget done, then we'll be jumping right into the budget.
Okay, so
And,
when we meet on March 30th or 31st, or whatever day we decide, this one will get the more clear detail on the cost.
yeah, we
for
can
this
talk about
and-
fiscal year 27. The main thing is want to make sure fiscal year 26 is squared away, and we can discuss anything about fiscal year 27 at that time as well.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Perfect. And I'm fine to talk individually at any time. Anything else on the fire truck? Welcome sign update. Notice to proceed has been issued. Hopefully they'll get started pretty soon. I know they were finishing up with some of the logos, but they should be getting started in the next week or so. The police training, any questions on welcome signs? I'm sorry. Police training facility bid update. Will be approved bidder would be on the April 2nd agenda for approval. Any questions? I mean, we've got a meeting with, we adjusted the bid sheet to where there was a base bid for the site development, and then we broke down components to where we could kind of cafeteria style pick. If we couldn't get everything done, maybe we could get enough done where it's functional. So I think we've got a meeting in the morning with the contractor and discussing options, but we're real close to it, and I anticipate having that bidder to y'all on the April 2nd meeting.
Mayor,
Commissioner Buffalini?
what was the lowest value of the bid?
The total bid with everything combined was 1.7 million and some change.
What was our budget?
1.2 was what we were estimated.
How much is the fire truck?
1 million.
Okay, thank you.
Public safety is expensive.
I understand it, but we have a fire truck coming in May. It's going to be here, and we have to fund it. We have to pay for that. Is what I'm.
Yeah, but we can't pay for it out of the bond money.
Okay, that's fine.
This is not on your list, but I did want to announce that we hired an associate planner. Their first day will be April 6th, and his name is Nick Meek, and he is originally from Virginia. And we are looking. He's got a lot of pretty impressive set of skills for someone his age. Got some GIS experience and some things that we're really excited about. Ethan, do you want to say anything else? All right. Last thing on the city manager report is a city manager policy violation that I felt needed to announce publicly and give full transparency. While investigating an anonymous email sent to the Board of Commissioners, I discovered that I am not in compliance with the hiring of a relative by marriage. Policy 621, Section 621.3 states employees are prohibited from directly supervising, occupying a position in the line of supervision, or being directly supervised by any other employees who is a relative or with whom they are involved in a personal or business relationship. My interpretation was that direct supervision was implied for the entire policy since it is so prevalent. Further steps to ensure that I was not in direct supervision were in place during the hiring process as well. The position this employee pursued is not a part of administration staff. It is housed in another building supervised by the city planner. And the interview team, separate from me, recommended the hiring of this employee. Additionally, through the course of 2 years, or almost 2 years, this employee has been hired. I have seen them less than 10 times during work hours. However, during my investigation, the verbiage more specifically defines the city manager occupies a position in the line of supervision for all city employees, even if it is in an indirect capacity. A legal opinion from MTAS confirmed my findings. In a discussion with the city attorney, I told him of my intention to resign. He affirmed that cases like this are pretty frequent and the board could waive this violation. I would like Mr. Carter to further discuss this occurrence with you.
I guess first, do you have any questions about Mr. Doherty's statement?
It's a lot to digest in a moment.
I mean,
So
go
the
ahead.
intent to resign is who?
So Mr. Doherty called me about 2 weeks ago because of an email the city had received. It was sent anonymously saying that he was in violation of a policy the city has, an nepotism policy the city has, and that accusing him of hiring a relative, I guess, by marriage. And he had contacted MTAS and gotten a legal opinion that said that he was indeed the supervisor of all city employees, including the one in question, and he would be in violation of this policy. And he told me, well, I'm in violation of this policy. I think I probably need to resign. And I told him, that's your choice whether you resign or not, but just because someone violates a policy does not equate to the need to resign. Of course, that would be his choice, but the board could consider the facts of that, and there's several things the board could or could not do. And he asked me, well, what does that mean? And I said, well, Tom, ways the board could choose to deal with it. One, you could publicly acknowledge the violation, and the board could do nothing at that point and accept the admission, especially since this was a violation that occurred, I think, 2 years ago when the hiring was made. The BOC could elect to make a public reprimand. And there's two ways they could do that. They could do that now during discussion items, or they could pass a resolution reprimanding Mr. Doherty for the violation. They could make the reprimand and also create some sort of punishment, such as a number of days off of work unpaid. I guess the last thing and the most severe thing the board could do is say there was a policy violation and call for his resignation or seek his termination for cause. I've not studied the issue, but my thought would be that a policy violation such as this be questionable to me whether that would be enough to terminate someone for cause without a lot more. So I advised him of that. He asked me, in my opinion, what he should do. I advised him that I don't represent him. I represent the city as a whole. But that he could, one option would be to publicly acknowledge the violation and that he was concerned about it and make a statement during a public meeting. And I told him that was definitely an option and a way to handle it. And I've seen it handled that way in the past. And so that's what he chose to do tonight. So absent questions, I don't have anything more to say about it at this point.
I can see where, in my opinion, where that could be misinterpreted. I always thought that Ethan Greer was his supervisor. So in my opinion, I believe that could easily be misinterpreted.
I mean, I think the prima facie question for you is, number one, was there a violation? And I think there was. Number two, was it intentional or was it inadvertent? From what Mr. Doherty said, I don't have any reason to believe it was intentional. It appears to be an inadvertent violation from his own words. And then I think the board needs to decide what to do about it, if anything.
May I say one more thing? And I don't necessarily need anything tonight. I needed to report this once I knew it, and I did not want to kick the can. Once I knew that I was in violation, I wanted to report it. And then if the board wants to wait a while or contemplate on it, or I'm just seeking the will of the board. I serve in your pleasure, so whatever. But I just wanted to report this, and I think I don't think anything, any conflict has occurred. I don't think anybody has had any upper hand because of this, but it is a violation. Thank you.
From MTS findings, is there any intent for the person to resign so that there's no violation anymore, or?
That's a human resources issue and really not a legal issue. So, I mean, this is an employee of the city that's, from what I understand, has done his job for 2 years without incident. And there has not, as far as I know, been any issue with his supervision. And I think the only reason why it was discovered was because of this email that the city received that was not claimed by anybody. It was made anonymously. And so Mr. Doherty took it upon himself to review what was alleged and is self-reporting, his violation, which appears to me to be inadvertent.
Did MTAS give an opinion one way or the other as far as how to remedy?
No, that's why Mr. Doherty called me. How, what is typically done in these situations, given that I have experience with various cities and as a city attorney. And so those were the options that I outlined to you all. Those aren't all the options, but I think it's the world of options. I mean, they can be combinations of all or none. So.
Mayor.
Commissioner Roberts.
Thank you. Mr. Doherty, thank you for reading this statement to everybody. Just for clarity, what is the relationship of the person in question with you?
Son-in-law.
Son-in-law. Thank you.
Mayor?
Vice Mayor McDonald.
Thank you. We get anonymous emails, I wouldn't say regularly, but they happen. Was there anything in particular about this email that seemed to cause action? I guess I'm just curious why this anonymous email carried so much weight that, one, you feel the need to call it out. Was there a threat to legal action? I'm just trying to wrap my head around this.
To me or Mr. Doherty?
Whoever can answer.
Well, from my perspective, I don't pay any attention to anonymous emails. If someone's not willing to sign an email, I don't pay attention to it. And so I get anonymous emails all the time in my role as a city attorney. And quite frankly, if someone doesn't think enough of what they're claiming, to me, it's like reading something on Fairview Then and Now or Facebook. It's worthless to me, and it's typically poisonous garbage. So that's my understanding and belief about how I deal with those things. So Mr. Doherty looked into this himself, and from my understanding, he was just concerned because he is a person of integrity, and his name means something to him, and so he looked into it, and he called me and self-reported, and then and had gone as far as even talking to MTAS before I knew anything about it. And then was just simply calling me, telling me that he didn't know quite what to do, but he would resign if necessary. And I told him that without quite a bit more, that I did not see this as a resignation sort of incident. I saw it as an inadvertent violation, but at the same time, I'm not his employer. I'm just the city attorney. I don't make those decisions. He works for you, not me or anybody else. So, it's him that needs to be telling you, and that's what he did tonight. And I respect him for doing that in a public sort of forum because it's not very comfortable.
Thank you for that. I do appreciate the self-reporting. I mean, it takes a lot to raise your hand and said, hey, I did something wrong, whether it was intentional or not. It's commendable. I guess this isn't really news to, I don't think, anybody. Everybody knows who we're talking about and his relationship to you, and it's been talked about over the years since the hire happened on whether or not it's proper or not, and it was always assumed that it was fine. So I guess it's odd to me that these discussions have been happening over 2 years and nothing's ever been done, but then an anonymous email comes through and all of a sudden it spurs this action. That's the part that I'm just kind of having a hard time understanding, why that anonymous email carried so much weight when it's already been called out. And I have one more thing to say. It does highlight a concern that, Mr. Doherty, you play the role of the HR department for the city, correct? So in the event that there was an HR situation needed from your family member, they would have to come to you, and you would then be the deciding individual on that situation, correct?
You talking about on a termination or any kind of
Anything.
discipline?
I mean, if
Usually
if
the
the
way that-
city, if our city planner decided that this individual needed to be terminated, is that solely on that department head to make that decision, or does that require your approval?
I would sign off on it, and I would give them a letter.
And I appreciate that, but I think that, to me, is probably where the conflict comes from, right?
Well,
I mean, if you
and-
wanted to, if you were less of an integrity, had less integrity, you could easily block that, correct?
I mean, you could. I've talked with MTAS and Ms. Hodge. The problem is, I could push that off. You can't. It's no way to mitigate. You could push that off to the finance director, but I'm still over the finance director. So I mean, it's one of those things. And if anybody knows me, I have no problem separating work and everything else. I'm professional. I have when I own my business, I've had to let family members go just because they couldn't cut it. And I don't have a problem with that. But what I do have a problem is me knowing that I am in violation of a policy that I thought I was not, and I just either want it waived or I don't want to kick the can. Once I know, I want to let y'all know, and then whatever y'all feel comfortable with, I will do. I serve at y'all's pleasure. But I just wanted to do it publicly and in full transparency, because the main reason this took so much precedence is it's not the first time I've been attacked, and then this is an email that goes directly to my bosses that just hammer. And I'm like, I'll start preparing for this. I think it'll pop up again someday, and that's what I found.
I appreciate that, and I personally don't feel, other than the verbiage of the violation, that there's been any activity between you and that employee that's given any special treatment. I'm not accusing you of that, and I don't believe you to have done anything in that manner. But I do think it highlights the need for an HR department of some variety to be considered. I think that's the bigger takeaway for me on this, is that it creates these difficult situations when there isn't one.
But I'm still their boss.
I get that, but
I mean,
I'm sure in this situation you would prefer that there was an HR department.
I mean, following up with what the vice mayor said, I mean, Fairview as a city is very much a city in transition, because in the not so distant past, it was a small town, and I wouldn't consider it a big town, but it's a growing town. And as cities grow, then they need to become more, they typically have more employees, and more employees and more positions means that you have a need for a full-time HR person and a full-time budget director and a full-time planning department that's hiring young planners to come in and learn the trade. And so I think what Vice Mayor McDonald is saying is correct, that Fairview's probably at a time when it might make sense, given, if payroll allows, to hire a dedicated human resources manager, or a human resources person to deal with all the HR complications, which only increase in difficulty every year, all the requirements from the state and federal governments regarding employees. It's a big job, and probably Fairview's reaching a time when it might justify having a person that just does that for the city. And as part of that, policies that tell employees what to do when they have a problem with their supervisor, including the city administrator, who they report to, are necessary. And that's, a level of sophistication that Fairview hasn't needed in the past, but it's probably getting to a point where it's another thing that we need to consider and think about as a Board of Commissioners, just like we're dealing with the zoning code. When I started 2.5 years ago, we had a zoning code that was terribly antiquated, and it was, I think the mayor can probably affirm me on this, it was one of the very first things I said, gosh, guys, we need to do this. This doesn't cut it. And so we've addressed it, or are addressing it. This is probably another area that's going to require some more sophistication as we continue to grow. Not necessarily today, but as with an eye towards the future, that's something we need to consider.
I would just like to say one last thing. For the record, Mr. Doherty, I believe you to be an honest man of integrity. I do not, I don't think there was any malice or ill intent with this and what you did. I appreciate you standing up and raising your hand. It means a lot. There's a lot of people that would have just kicked that can down the road and avoided having that conversation, especially when it comes from an anonymous email. So I just tip of the cap to you for bringing it up. I appreciate it. It's not an easy conversation for you to stand in front of the entire city and basically put your head on a guillotine and just say, are you pulling this rope or not? I know it's not easy for you to do that. So I just want to say I appreciate this conversation.
Mayor,
Commissioner Hall?
thank you. In the event that there was an issue with this particular employee, I believe there's an appeal process that would leave the city manager, I believe, out of that decision. I believe that be the case. Am I right on that, Mr. Carter?
I believe so, but that issue, I haven't had those types of issues come up, I think, in my 2.5 years here, so I can't speak as to the specific policy. I just haven't looked at it recently or had any reason to look at it recently. But I believe you're correct. That's typically the case.
I believe I was left out of a decision of that nature.
We just got this letter tonight. This is not something the board had before this meeting. And as you can understand, this is a lot to absorb and for us to think about. And I would like time to think through everything. So I don't think that a decision is being asked of us tonight. But just so that we're clear, for the record, an appropriate avenue from this point would be to perhaps meet separately with Mr. Carter or Mr. Doherty if we have questions, if we wanted to talk anything through. And then probably we should circle around at a future meeting to close this out in a business meeting with the city, right?
I concur. I didn't think that it would or needed to be resolved this evening. I think Mr. Doherty's intent was just to simply point it out.
Yeah.
Now that he was aware that he was in violation, and as I told him before the meeting started, that doing what he did is not easy, and I didn't envy him. But often, once you get something off of your mind that you are feeling bad about it, it allows you to start feeling heal and feel better. If you have an illness, you want to get rid of it as soon as possible. And the same thing when you're carrying around a burden. And I think this has been a burden to him in the last 2 weeks since he came to the realization that he had violated a policy, and he was ready to offload it. And so I think that's what he did tonight. And I think it's appropriate that you all think about it, ask him individual questions. And if you have questions for me, then as always, I'll do my best to endeavor to answer them or give you an opinion if you want an opinion or whatever you need along those lines.
Great, thank you.
That concludes my 5-minute report. Thank you.
Well, I guess, okay. So I have been involved in city government with at least 5 different city managers. I've had experience with many different personalities and management type and people and things that they've done and not done. And I can tell you one thing. Mr. Daugherty has been the best city manager that I've ever been involved with. He loves his staff. I've never seen the staff more calm and just not walking on eggshells and just given the opportunity to do their job. And as department heads, he knows that we have the best department heads that oversee their departments, and he lets them do their job without micromanaging. He will get in there if he needs to, but I'm telling you, the staff works very hard for him. He loves this community. He's lived here all of his life. We've worked very well together. When he started, we had a lot going on, and he had to take on a lot. He's done it with grace and agility, working through all of it and making sure that we have the best staff and community relations. There's a lot of discord, and I can tell you this community, if you got to know Mr. Daugherty, would appreciate everything he does and how hard he works for this community. He loves this community, and he only wants what's best. And he loves his staff, and they know it, and that's why they work so hard for him. And he always has an open door policy. I just can't imagine Fairview without Mr. Daugherty being our city manager. So that's my opinion, but that's what I've seen, and I appreciate you bringing this to light, but I'm telling you, I have one word to say for someone who would send something like this anonymously. They're a coward. They should put their name on it. And that's the last I'm going to say about it. Item number 9, consent agenda. A, minutes from March 5th, 2026, BOC regular meeting.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Ms. Jones?
Commissioner Roberts,
Aye.
Vice Mayor McDonald,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Buffalini,
Aye.
Mayor Anderson.
Aye. 9A passes 5-0. Item number 10, old business. A, Resolution 62-25. A resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the City of Fairview, Tennessee to formally accept the subdivision improvements associated with the Adams Preserve subdivision. Mr. Greer.
We are asking as staff for deferral of this item for another 60 days. The work was completed by the Adams Preserve subdivision. However, it was not acceptable to the city standard. And so we have asked them to redo their work. So we will be asking for another 60-day deferral as staff for this item.
I make a motion to defer 10A, Resolution 62-25 for, did you say 60 days?
Second.
Ms. Jones?
Mayor Anderson,
Aye.
Vice Mayor McDonald,
Aye.
Commissioner Buffalini,
Aye.
Commissioner Roberts,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Item 10A, 5-0 for deferral. Item 10B, ordinance 2026-02, an ordinance of the City of Fairview, Tennessee, repealing the currently adopted Fairview zoning ordinance and zoning map and adopting a new development code entitled the Fairview, Tennessee Development Code and a new zoning map. Mr. Greer?
Good evening, Board. This item was deferred until tonight. This is our first reading of this item. It does require 2 readings to be fully adopted. The process, since we have a good group in here tonight, the process for this is we started back in July of 2024. We engaged in a contract with Town Planning and Urban Design Collaborative to have them draft a new zoning ordinance, what we now call the Fairview, Tennessee Development Code, for the city of Fairview, noting that our previous zoning ordinance was adopted in the late 80s and was severely antiquated, as our city attorney spoke about when he first got here. And when I first got here, this was our first task that we did in our office. And so we've worked through and had public meetings where our consultants staff worked out of City Hall for a week, had several meetings throughout that week at nighttime and during the day for citizens to attend. There were maps around in this chamber where folks were able to draw and identify areas that they want to see development, what types of development, different architectural standards, stormwater concerns, sewer and water concerns, roadway concerns, traffic concerns. And throughout all of that period, we put together a client draft of the document that came to our staff. Our staff reviewed the client draft. We identified things that we wanted to change or different pieces that needed to be moved around to make it more of a usable document for us. We sent it back to them with our corrections. TPUDC then drafted the public draft that came out. It was either August or September of this last year. The public draft, TPUDC came out, did a presentation about the public draft, kind of went through the document, how it's laid out for the citizens. That is available online if anyone wants to go and watch it on the City of Fairview YouTube channel. Then, after the public draft came out, there was a 30-day citizen comment period. We received several citizens that sent in comments. I think we had close to 100 citizens that sent in comments to our office. We reviewed those comments, went through. They were all different kinds of items, from, hey, this word was misspelled here, to we think garages need to be a certain size, to we don't want to see this use and this use allowed within the same zone district. Our staff met and discussed those items, went through what was a valid concern. Some items are just state law, and we cannot change those things. And unfortunately, some citizens disagree with how the state law is written currently. We have advised them to hopefully come to you all with their concerns to where y'all can pass a resolution to take that onto the state. And then after our citizens comment period ended, our staff compiled the citizens comments, our comments, things that we had worked through, sent all of those comments back to TPUDC for them to draft our final draft. And the final draft is what you have tonight to vote on. The Planning Commission reviewed this final draft, and they sent over recommendations with their positive recommendation for approval. And there were 9 recommendations that they had at the Planning Commission. Those were included in your packet tonight. For the public, the first one was to create a meeting schedule that separates the first reading, the public hearing, and the second reading as 3 separate Board of Commissioner meetings. The second was to add a section for public participation, including developer-led meetings. The third was to add a limited use standard for automotive uses, that 2 gas stations cannot be within 3,000 lineal feet of roadway. The fourth was to remove the hilltop and ridgetop regulations in total. The fifth was to add a limited use standard for decentralized wastewater, that the location of the utility must be the furthest possible location from the public right-of-way and adjacent property lines, and to remove the limited use within character districts 4C, light industrial, heavy industrial, and civic. The sixth was to add a buffer requirement to Bowie Nature Park, a 50-foot buffer, including with the 25-foot adjacent to the property line shall remain undisturbed. And the seventh was to change the traffic study requirements to require a traffic study when a project has 30 homes, or with a staff recommendation, or if the development is part of a common plan of development. And with that, we had one amendment by Vice Mayor McDonald. I don't remember who seconded it. At the original first hearing of this, that was a zoning map amendment to move. There was one parcel that's kind of located between Cumberland Drive and Glen Haven Drive that was shown on the zoning map as CD4C as the zone district, and the amendment changed that property to CD4 on the zoning map. And so tonight we have the document in front of us. You have your amendments that the Planning Commission recommended. You do not have to make any of those. It is up to your choice to listen to their recommendation or not. And I will start answering any questions that you have. We also have Curtis tonight if you have any other questions. He really wants to talk.
Mayor?
Commissioner Hall?
Yes, Ethan, at the last meeting, someone said something about subdivision that I live in and Commissioner Buffalini lives in that couldn't be built as is. And I talked to you about this, possibly maybe making possibly 20% of a subdivision where it would be 55 and over, possibly, compared to 100% that's allowed for the new code that's allowing for 2 steps. This would be 55 friendly, where you could walk straight in from the driveway with maybe no more than a lip to step over, not a whole lot of steps. So I just wondered if we could make an amendment there similar to that.
Commissioner Hall, that's a great idea. I would be happy to draft an amendment for you. I think as our attorney, Mr. Carter, has spoken about tonight, we can make amendments at this stage tonight. We can also make amendments at the second reading. I'm happy to have an amendment drafted for you that can accomplish what you're seeking to do.
That'll be fine. Thank you.
Motion to approve.
Second. Mayor?
Mr. Buffalini?
Thank you. Before we move forward, I have a quick question. Can you confirm for the board that the rezoning purpose tonight is fully compliant with the new development code that's in front of us as well?
Can you restate your
Meaning,
question?
yeah.
I'm sorry.
So the development code that we're adopting tonight, particularly as it relates to districts RS15, RS20, is the amendment aligning with the new code as well? Like, will it?
The zonings that, and Mr. Carter, you may have to hop in here if I misspeak, but the zonings that are on the agenda for tonight, those items, the development teams behind those 2 items have continued on moving forward with those items as of tonight, because this document was deferred. And so one of those items didn't have a choice. It was going to be on this meeting because it was deferred for 60 days, and today is the 60th day. And so they have to come into compliance with this document if their site development plan or their residential development plan, in the case of both of those, is submitted after the adoption of this development code. Their zoning does not lock them into any vested rights. The zoning of the property is the zoning of the property. The zonings that exist today, once this code is adopted with the zoning map, every zoning in Fairview will change to new nomenclature, and properties that the two development teams will have a new zoning designation if they have not submitted and gained vested rights through the proper channel of submitting a development plan, going to a planning commission, having approvals. They will not have any vested rights under the current zoning that they are requesting. This document only affects new development projects. It is not retroactive. Okay. But I think I answered your question.
You did.
They don't have vested rights with just the zoning.
Gotcha.
Is the basis of it.
Thank you very much.
In addition, if you guys approve it with these amendments tonight, you still have to do a second reading. So it's not like they would just be immediately void. Just want to state that.
So if we approve it with these amendments tonight, if we come back at the next reading and decide that we've rethought something, or maybe we could change the amendment.
You can make as many changes as you want to make tonight, and at the second and final read, you can make as many changes as you want to make that night as well.
Or you could make no amendments tonight, pass it on first reading, and make your amendments before the second reading, and then it would become law. And to reiterate, hopefully, Mr. Greer did a fine job explaining the vested rights. But remember, the term vested rights only applies to development standards, which has nothing to do with the zoning code. Zoning is a different subject matter than the development code. So he's correct, but as lawyers typically just overly complicate things, hopefully I've simplified that for you. Vested property rights has nothing to do with the zoning code, only development standards, okay?
So I just have a question about Commissioner Hall's ask. Would that be the part of the zoning code that relates to ground and how far up you can start the actual structure?
Correct. The question that Commissioner Hall had is directly related to the building composition with the finished floor level must be a minimum of 18 inches to a maximum of 36 inches above average grade at the front facade. Is the direct quote.
And I agree with Commissioner Hall, but I just feel like that period is not, not just for 55 and up, but I don't think that's a good idea to limit or restrict the height, period. Am I making sense?
Yes, you are, Mayor.
Okay. I don't think it should just be for 55 and up. I think we should amend that completely to not restrict ground level to where the structure starts, because with the terrain of Fairview, you never know what you're going to have. We could have a slab, we could have crawl space, and I just don't think that's a good idea.
For clarification, are you attempting to modify Mr. Wayne Hall's amendment? Or
I feel like people should have a choice. So I don't think it should just be 55 or up. I think it should be any home.
What
So
I think,
what I would, sorry, Mr. Hall.
what I think that eliminates, with the restrictions that you got there, most of your homes then were going to be built with a crawl space and not any kind of slab. And the slab is, lifetime is much more, longevity of it is much more of a good foundation. So, and if you, I'm not wanting to say what I want to say, but someone that has trouble climbing steps, I'll just go ahead and say it like my wife, you would appreciate what I'm speaking of. And if you remember correct, about many years ago, you sat on the same thing on Brownland Farms that I requested the same thing back then on Brownland Farms, and I think it's still in effect today on theirs.
So, just for instance, I like the fact that I only have one step up into my house.
I'm happy to draft an amendment
And
for that as
I
well.
liked it before I was 55. And I'm over that now, but I just don't think that's a good idea to have to restrict. It's overreach, in my opinion.
What specific section are we talking about here?
It's within Article 4. It's within each of the zone districts listed as under building composition. If you have your code with you, it's page 4-35. There's one example of it within the third section on that page.
Okay, thanks. And the purpose of this, if I understand, as we did talk about this before, is to help in instances where there might be a possibility of flooding. Is that right?
Yes, and also aesthetically.
Aesthetics and possibility of flooding. So if we were to draft an amendment to this, it would be something that might take into consideration one or both of those factors, right? So if you're not making it specific on age or ability and you're letting people just choose specifically what kind of design they want to make, we might say if they're not in a place that's capable of flooding and that fit the aesthetic, then that could be okay. But what we'd like to do is avoid building slabs on flat places that could potentially be low places and end up getting flooded, right?
Correct. And I think the question, if this takes time and it's not voted on tonight, is I would ask Ethan, what do we have today to dictate the finished floor heights, minimums and maximums? Building code currently?
We currently have nothing that controls where these items are, and we have experienced several homes. I know this board's been talked to by several homeowners who experience flooding issues nearly every time it rains due to some of the challenges that they have with how close their slab is to the ground. And that item was brought up back in September of 2024 when we were in here with TPUDC discussing the flooding. And most of the items that are in here ultimately came out of those citizen discussions. And so, something along the lines of still having a requirement whenever it is needed, I think would probably be somewhere in the middle. I'm happy to work with our staff to draft something that we feel is amenable and get that over to y'all so you can discuss that item at the second read.
Mayor.
Vice Mayor McDonald.
Excuse me. I guess this question might be directed at you, Commissioner Hall. I'm just looking for some clarification on making sure I understand what you're saying correctly. Are you suggesting that we allow for 20% of the homes in a new development to be built at grade level, basically to accommodate the 55 and up demographic? Or are you saying that 20% of the homes in that neighborhood would be sold exclusively to 55 and up individuals?
No, they don't have to be sold to 55 and up, just at 20% of grade level. The reason that and it doesn't, every subdivision is not going to have a flood area. So they can be spaced out in different areas where they wouldn't identify with being in a flood zone. And y'all know yourself that we do have a lot of topography problems, but we also have some areas where it wouldn't be in flood zone, because I went through every subdivision in the last 3 weeks and reviewed every detention pond we have in this town. And some of those are in level ground and still requires a detention pond. But every home doesn't have to be planned out in the subdivision. That would be left up to the developer. They can plan certain areas in there to, I'm not saying 20%, maybe you want to look at it at 15% or something of that nature. But I think it ought to be offered.
I agree and respect the intent of what you're saying. I just have some questions on implementation of that. I mean, I guess my concern would be, all right, so 50 houses are built, 15 of those, or let's say 8 of them are the standard that you say, but they happen to be purchased by people who don't necessarily need. I'm just wondering how you could ensure that those homes would be able to accommodate that group, and I don't think that you can restrict who can buy the property. I'm not in disagreement with it. I'm just trying to understand in real world implementation of it, like how it would actually work. It seems like it could get pretty messy.
I have a next door neighbor right now that same level that my house is on, but they choose not to have an upstairs. They didn't want an upstairs. They want to stay on ground level.
Yeah, I agree that the need is there. I'm just wondering how you could guarantee that those homes would end up being owned by the people who would benefit from that build and not end up being owned by people who don't necessarily need
There's
it.
a lot of families that is not necessarily elderly, but might have an impaired person that's in a wheelchair or something like that, so. And I do have a relative that I do have to bring in a wheelchair, and I couldn't do it upstairs, so. That's the need that I see, and it can, the developer and a real estate person can easily strategically put those out in areas where they could be utilized.
Well, I've got another question, and this is for Ethan and Curtis. Is this one of those situations where this is only applicable to a development site? So somebody building one home wouldn't have to follow this, or would it be for everybody?
This is for just the zone district as a regulation for that district. So it would be for anyone who's building a home with a district that has that requirement.
Okay.
Mayor, one other thing. In the case of this, I believe that possibly planning department can come to us, and if that particular subdivision might not require something like that, and they felt that it would be wise to move forward with the other one, it'd be fine with me. I just think it needs to be offered in some of them.
I understand the concern for mitigating flooding issues, but I think that can be determined by the terrain of the neighborhood subdivision. And I feel like there's a lot of overreach here when we're telling people that want to build a custom home where they need to have their floor level at. I mean, I just feel like that's, there's a lot of factors there. Why are we telling them where their floor level's got to be? I mean, my windows go all the way to the, a foot above the floor level, and that would stop that. I'm in a subdivision. We're all custom homes in my subdivision, but I don't want overreach like that to where you can't have a custom design that, You might want windows that go to the floor. You might not want stairs. You might want just one step. I think that's dependent on all kinds of factors, flooding, whether somebody, their house design. I just feel like we're overreaching and telling people how they should build their house and how they should design their house, and I just don't feel like the overreach should be there that much.
If you don't mind, real quick, Ethan, staff's opinion, we serve y'all. So if you guys decide that, it's overreach, so be it. I just want to speak to, I know TPUC isn't here tonight, but I would likely assume they would say something along the lines of aesthetics. So maybe the look of Fairview is kind of more the intent of this, rather than just flooding and drainage and things like that. And on an engineering note, it will increase cost to the construction of a home, but it also may reduce the risk of cost down the road if a crawl space, was to be infiltrated with stormwater or be closer to a floodway. But I'll just say you guys have all made really good points. Just wanted to state that.
So, no disrespect to them, but why is their view on aesthetics more important than somebody else's view on aesthetics when it comes to designing their own home? I don't see that they should have the right to tell someone. Now, stormwater, that's a different thing. If we feel like, that's a case-by-case basis. There might be a situation where a house needs to be elevated 3 or 4 feet or whatever on a crawl space to accommodate stormwater and mitigate flooding. But when you start telling somebody how to build or design their home because TPUDC believes that the aesthetic should be one way, that's like looking at art. I was in the architectural field for a long time, and, I felt like everything I designed was art. So it's, beholden on the person who views the art if it's aesthetically pleasing or not. And I may not have the same opinion as whatever his name is from TPUDC.
Just to clarify too, back to Commissioner Roberts, you asked if this would be applicable to anyone. It is. It is not applicable within CD2 and CD2W, which are the larger estate lots that permits 1 home per 3 acres in CD2 and 1 home per acre in CD2W. And so it's excluded in that. And then once you get more into your traditional neighborhoods of half-acre lots down to quarter-acre lots or even smaller, those are where this finished floor level is a requirement in the document. Again, we're happy to work with staff, and I'm happy to meet with any of you to go over and nail down an amendment that y'all can be proud of and something that accomplishes exactly what you're trying to do.
Well, thank you.
Mayor, I'll make one more comment.
Commissioner Hall.
Maybe in this. Can you just put it in there that it can be offered rather than a percentage?
Yes, sir.
I want to clarify, we have 2 different amendments. I'm pretty sure. We're talking about offering a portion of development being 55 and older and then removing the...
Commissioner Hall would like an amendment that states that a percentage of homes in a development can have grade entry. Mayor Anderson would like to remove this in total.
We already have a motion on the floor.
But neither of those have been made as amendments, but I will draft those 2 amendments, one for Commissioner Hall, one for Mayor Anderson.
Let me restate my last thing, if you don't mind. Instead of a percentage, let the developer decide what he wants to do, and let him offer it if he wants to for his subdivision.
Yes, sir.
Rather than a percentage.
And just to clarify, if it's determined that there's a flooding issue or any type of stormwater issue or any type of water issue at all, I get that. I think that's kind of a given that the floor level would be elevated.
And we review that during the plot plan process
Right.
as well as construction plans. So it's not like this would be the only way to prevent it.
I just don't want it, in my opinion, I don't think it should be tied down. This is the way it needs to be for every house. Like I said, in my subdivision, we have custom homes and we have half-acre lots all the way up to over an acre. So I just think that, people should not be told how many steps they should have or how tall their crawl space is. I think that should be determined in the, design process with the builder and the homeowner. So I think our resolution, or not resolution, but our amendment
Proposed amendment.
is basically stating the same thing.
They'll read very similar.
I have to confess to being incredibly confused on what we're even voting on at this point. I don't even know. We have a motion, and I'm not really sure where we are with any of it.
For a point of clarification, there has only been a motion to approve.
approve the zoning
and
ordinance.
that was
The whole
properly
zoning ordinance.
seconded.
I thought it was Commissioner Hall's amendment that we. the
No,
motion
there's
was
been no
first and
amendment made.
second.
We're just on the main item.
Okay,
And-
great.
And so
I misunderstood when that motion was made. Okay.
we just have the main item that we first and second, and then we've been discussing possible potential amendments that won't be ready to even read or review or consider until the second reading.
That's a relief. Okay,
Right.
good.
And I'm happy to, we can vote on it, and the amendments that we're speaking of can be on the next vote, in my opinion.
Mayor,
Commissioner Buffalini?
call to question.
Ms. Jones?
Vice Mayor McDonald,
Aye.
Commissioner Buffalini,
Nay.
Commissioner Hall,
Nay.
Commissioner Roberts,
Aye.
Mayor Anderson.
Nay. Okay. Item 10B.
Point of order, so we won't even have a second reading on the zoning ordinance because you've voted it down on the first reading. So I'm not sure what we're doing or if that was well thought out. So, someone that voted no needs to make a motion to reconsider, and then we need to pass that, and then we need to pass this on first reading, or we're not going to get to second reading unless you don't want a new zoning code, which
$300,000
would
right
be
out the window.
incredibly short-sighted. I'm not sure if you all realize what you just did, but that's what you did.
I'll make a motion to reconsider.
I'll second.
Second.
Ms. Jones?
Commissioner Hall,
Aye for the first reading. Thank you.
Mayor Anderson,
Aye.
Commissioner Roberts,
Aye.
Commissioner Buffalini,
Aye.
Vice Mayor McDonald,
Aye.
Reconsidering, so we need a new motion to approve in a
Motion to-
second, and then we're back to the main item again.
Motion to approve
Second.
the first reading.
Second.
Ms. Jones?
Vice Mayor McDonald,
Aye.
Commissioner Roberts,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Buffalini,
Aye.
Mayor Anderson.
Aye.
So it's been approved on first reading. There'll be amendments that'll be prepared, and perhaps other amendments for the second reading, and then only then will it become law, if approved on second reading.
Item 10B passes 5-0. Item 10C, ordinance 2026-01, an ordinance to amend the zoning ordinance of the City of Fairview, Tennessee by rezoning a 62.53 plus or minus acre parcel located at 0 Horn Tavern Road, consisting of Williamson County Tax Map 022, parcel 040.00 from RS40, single-family residential, to RS15, single-family residential, property owner James M. Moore. Mr. Greer.
This item was deferred 60 days ago in the hopes that the development code would be further in progress. The applicant is here tonight to answer any questions that you may have.
Hey, Alex Becker speaking on behalf of EcoTerra. We're at 6700 Tower Circle in Franklin. I am ultimately going to ask this to be deferred because I do feel like you guys are making progress with the ordinance, but I did just want to make a comment to any of the public that's concerned. I'm happy to answer any questions they may have. Certainly some of the issues with safety.
Mr. Becker, I'm sorry, you can't do it like that.
Oh,
You
I
have
can't
to,
do it like
no,
that?
you have to address the board.
Oh, okay. Any issues that regard safety, be it traffic, stormwater, we are happy to follow. Certainly all of those items are covered in this new ordinance that y'all are passing. The traffic study item came up. Certainly if we have more than 30 units, which we would, we would supply a traffic study. Any detention pond requirements, stormwater, what have you. We'll go above and beyond whatever you guys ask of us. But at this time, I will ask for another 60-day deferral.
I'll make a motion to defer 10C 30 days, 60 days.
Second.
Ms. Jones?
Mayor Anderson,
Aye.
Commissioner Roberts,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Buffalini,
Aye.
Vice Mayor McDonald,
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. 10C for deferment for 60 days, 5-0. Item 10D, ordinance 2026-03, rezoning 7320 Northwest Highway. I will now open the public hearing. If anyone's here to speak on this item, please come forward, state your name, address, and if you live in the city or the county. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Final reading, ordinance 2026-03, an ordinance to amend the zoning ordinance of the City of Fairview, Tennessee by rezoning a 5.38 plus or minus acre parcel located at 7320 Northwest Highway, consisting of Williamson County Tax Map 021, parcel 056.07 from RS40, single-family residential, to R20, 1 and 2 family residential, property owner Ryan and Jesse Winkle. Mr. Greer.
This item comes to you with a positive recommendation from the Planning Commission and a positive recommendation from staff. It is a hole within our planning area that was created through annexations. This item has been annexed into the city recently, and with that annexation request was also a rezoning request to zone this property to R20. And there is a applicant here tonight to speak on behalf of the project if you have any questions.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Will the representative come forward? Ms. Carolla?
Good evening, everyone. Allison Corolla from T Square Engineering. Our office is at 111 Southeast Parkway in Franklin, Southeast Parkway Court, excuse me, in Franklin, Tennessee. Here to answer any questions you may have. I know you've seen this. This is the fourth time in the last few months with the combination of the annexation as well. A few clarifying questions that I know Commissioner Roberts had previously. The existing home is tentatively slated to be removed and new homes in its place. We are incorporating 14 single-family lots with the addition of open space from the existing Orange-Shire Phase 2 as well as Orange-Shire Phase 3.
Thank you for responding to that. I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
Mayor, may I with a question?
Mr. Roberts.
Thank you. And really, this is just a renewed statement that I made before. We are obviously in the process of updating our development code. And as was mentioned earlier in the conversation just about rezoning, this is a somewhat awkward time to be rezoning properties. And I just want to reach out to the board yet again and say that I think it would make sense, especially at this very delicate and interesting stage, if we just hold on a rezone and let's get through our development code process. I think that would simplify things as far as what the zoning is and also to get to the intent of why we're even bothering to go through the rezoning process and the new requirements for new developments. So I don't really have any questions. I just wanted to raise that again and ask the board to consider that position, please.
I think one thing to note here, and I appreciate your feedback, is that the development surrounding the entirety of the property is also R20 zoning, and so the intention is just to be in kind with that.
Yes, thank you. Well, and right, and that's true, and that's actually why when we went through the annexation, and it made sense, but what would come in under our new development code for anybody who's not really aware would be that we would get a traffic study with this if it came in under the new development code, which would help with a very busy road. There were not traffic studies done with the previous phases of this development because I think they came in under the current requirement, under the current zoning code to require a traffic study.
Correct. We have actually submitted a trip generation report to Curtis, and that did validate that not enough trips were being generated over all 70 homes. So we considered all 4 phases.
When was that done?
2 weeks ago.
So can you tell me, Curtis, would you help me out or Ethan help me out? Is this the same scope as a traffic study would be? Does this give us the same information as a full traffic study would provide?
This is simply to see if they meet, back up. The zoning ordinance has requirements for when a traffic impact study is required. These numbers show whether or not a traffic impact study is required. It doesn't show the level of detail a traffic impact study does. Correct?
Correct.
Thank you. So it's
the generation showed that the study was not warranted.
Under that standard, but if we came in under our new development code, and please correct me if I'm misunderstanding this, under the new development code, it's up to the discretion or a minimum of 30 homes unless we amend it, but it would be up to the discretion of city staff to do it.
The new
Traffic
development
study.
code is 30 homes. That is correct. Or, no, it's not.
Not been approved yet.
Oh, currently it's every development. I apologize. You guys
Currently
have
every development.
made an amendment?
It's
Well,
possible that
the
there will
Planning
be an
Commission
amendment.
did.
We've talked about 30 homes or at the discretion of city staff for any development that they want. So still, and I appreciate that you did that assessment, but it still would be a different standard. And what we vote in would be really more indicative of the intent that we have growing the city as we exist today. So again, I just, still with my same comments before, but I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
With respect, that's in the future. We've not approved anything yet. I don't think we know what's going to be approved or what amendments are going to be approved. So, or when the zoning ordinance, because this is something that we need to take very serious, and I don't know when that's going to happen. Filling in a donut hole, it being R20 in kind with everything around it, I just see this as a positive, in my opinion. Ms. Jones?
Vice Mayor McDonald,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Roberts,
Nay.
Commissioner Buffalini,
Nay.
Mayor Anderson.
Aye. Item 10D passes 3-0. I mean,
Thank you
sorry,
all.
3-2. 3-2. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, prior to new business, can we take a 5-minute recess?
Prior to new business, we will take a 5-minute recess, and we will be back in 5 minutes. Thank you, everyone. We'll begin again on our Board of Commissioner meeting. With item 11, new business, A, Resolution 1126, a resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the City of Fairview, Tennessee, authorizing the mayor to execute the site development agreement contract for Fairview Self-Storage. Mr. Greer.
The Fairview Self-Storage Project was approved by the Planning Commission. We have gone through the process of having them submit a probable cost of estimation, and Mr. Broadbent, our city engineer, giving a bond amount to them and preparing the development agreement for the Fairview Self-Storage Project. It is before you tonight for the mayor's signature on the document, and Mr. Broadbent has a couple things to say.
Just wanted to state for public record that the project requires a site reclamation bond in the amount of $278,021. And this is our standard document that we get approved and signed by the mayor prior to the pre-con meeting.
Any questions from the board? Ms. Jones?
Do we have a motion? Motion to
I'm
approve?
sorry.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Okay. Ms. Jones?
Vice Mayor McDonald,
Aye.
Commissioner Roberts,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Buffalini,
Aye.
Mayor Anderson.
Aye. Item 11A passes 5-0. Item 11B, Resolution 12-26, a resolution authorizing the issuance of a general obligation capital outlay note of the City of Fairview, Tennessee, in a principal amount of not to exceed $1,010,000, making provision for the issuance, sale, and payment of said note, establishing the terms thereof, and the disposition of proceeds therefrom, and providing for the levy of tax, if necessary, for the payment of principal thereof and interest thereon. Mr. Daugherty.
Thank you, Mayor, Board. Touched on this in my city manager report. Very excited about the return the rate we got on this, and I'm gonna let John Werner go into that. But as we look at this, and we had the question how we're going to pay for this. I just realized we're going to have to balance a $12 to $13 million budget in operating budget in fiscal year 27, and this is going to be about $108,000 of that. So we got to. It's something that is required from the fire department and public safety, and I think we've got a really good deal. We've been working with Cumberland Securities for the past 12 years, and they've really done a good job. And at this time, Vice President John Werner, he did a great job getting all this, the bids out, getting all the quotes, and I'm gonna turn it over to him.
Thank you, Tom. My name is John Warner. I'm with Cumberland Securities out of Knoxville, Tennessee. I serve the city of Fairview as your municipal advisor and really do appreciate the opportunity. The resolution before you is a detailed capital outlay note. It basically describes the certified project or description of the project, the way in which these bonds will be, this note would be negotiated using a bid referral program. And then afterwards, how we proceed in closing the bond and then having the receipt of funds to the project to pay for the fire truck. We, as a firm, solicited about 25 different banks. We showed the list to Tom, who looked at it. He approved the list. It included local banks, statewide banks, regional banks, and even some national banks. We received back 4 different quotes. The best quote that we received was from First Federal. The rate was 3.85% for a 12-year-old capital outlay note. There are no closing fees on behalf of the bank. And it was by far the best rate, the best one that we had. The second part to this as well is that we will be prepared to have all the funds in place by May 1, so you'll have the money when you have the fire truck arrive. And all we would need to do between now and then is, if this board approves, or if this commission approves this, we will need to send it to the comptroller for their approval, which I don't foresee is that a problem. And then we'll schedule a time after, as we work with bond counsel, to meet with you and sign the note and go ahead and proceed towards closing.
Move to approve.
Second?
I'll second, yeah.
Okay. Commissioner Hall, Commissioner Roberts. Any discussion from the board?
Thank you for your presentation explaining
You're
this.
welcome. Try to keep it quick.
Thank you efforts on it too, Mr. Warner.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Jones?
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Roberts,
Aye.
Commissioner Buffalini,
Aye.
Vice Mayor McDonald,
Aye.
Mayor Anderson.
Aye. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Ms. Jones, if you don't mind, tomorrow, if you will send me a certified copy of this resolution that's been approved tonight, we will include that as part of our packet that we prepare for you to forward to or for the city to send to the comptroller's office, okay? Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Item 11B passes 5-0. Item 11C, Resolution 13-26, a resolution calling upon the Williamson County Commission to rescind Resolution 2-26-20 and adhere to the Williamson County Interlocal Agreement Growth Plan. Mr. Greer.
I know I've spoken with several of you individually about this item. Throughout the county, there have been similar resolutions done by BOMAs or Board of Commissioners throughout the county. And just to start out, I am going to read the resolution from Williamson County so that everyone has an understanding of what we're voting on. Williamson County's resolution 2-26-20 states a resolution of the Williamson County Board of Commissioners requesting review and amendment of Tennessee's Comprehensive Growth Plan and annexation statutes to address county concerns related to annexation and growth management. Whereas on September 1st, 1998, the Tennessee General Assembly enacted Public Chapter 1101, codified in Tennessee Code Annotated 658-101-118, commonly known as the Comprehensive Growth Plan. And whereas the act sought to address disputes regarding municipal annexation and create coordinated growth planning between counties and municipalities. And whereas Public Chapter 1101 required counties and their associated municipalities to jointly adopt growth plans by December 31st, 2000, through local coordinating committees or face sanctions from the state. And whereas the growth plans were to identify, among other things, territory that is reasonably compact yet sufficiently large to accommodate anticipated residential and non-residential growth to occur during the next 20 years, based on historical experience, economic trends, population growth patterns, and topographical characteristics. And whereas municipalities were required to designate urban growth boundaries within which they anticipated growth would occur, and were generally restricted to annexing property within those boundaries and contiguous to the existing city limits. And whereas in 2014, Public Chapter 707 amended Title VI, Chapter 51, which generally eliminated the authority of municipalities to annex property by ordinance and instead allowing annexation by resolution at the request or consent of the property owner, provided the property lay entirely within the municipality's urban growth boundary. And whereas in 2017, Public Chapter 399 amended Tennessee Code annotated Section 651-104, allowing municipalities to annex property that is non-contiguous to existing city limits as long as the property lay entirely within the municipality's urban growth boundary. And whereas the original intent of Public Chapter 1101 was to reduce conflict between counties and municipalities over annexation and avoid corridor and checkerboard annexations, and whereas over the last 25 years, and particularly following the 2017 amendment, there has been increased conflict between counties and municipalities regarding annexation practices. And whereas the Comprehensive Growth Plan has been used in ways that have enabled non-contiguous and piecemeal annexations that undermine coordinated growth management, fiscal sustainability, and county planning authority. And whereas Williamson County has experienced significant residential growth, placing increased demands on county-funded infrastructure, public safety, education, and essential services. And whereas municipalities have increasingly utilized the amended provisions of Tennessee Code annotated Title VI, Chapter 51 and 58 to expand residential development in ways that impose substantial cost on county services without adequate county oversight or approval. And whereas the Board of Commissioners, the County Commissioners, finds that these annexations and growth pressures create ongoing fiscal and service burdens on county residents and government. And whereas Williamson County's legislative delegation to the Tennessee General Assembly includes Senator Jack Johnson, Representative Gino Bolso, Representative Jake McCalman, Representative Lee Reeves, Representative Todd Warner, Senator Joey Hensley. Now therefore be it resolved by the Williamson County Board of Commissioners at its regular meeting on the 9th day of February, 2026, the Williamson County Board of Commissioners respectfully requests the Tennessee General Assembly and its Williamson County delegation to consider the following. Review Tennessee Code annotated Section 658-101 to remove any ambiguities with the requirements of Tennessee Code annotated Section 651-101. 2, revise Tennessee Code annotated Section 658-104 to include additional county local government representation on the Growth Plan Coordinating Committee. 3, to require municipalities to provide written mail notice to property owners of each property considered for inclusion in an urban growth boundary with sufficient notice for the property owner to participate in the public hearings required by Tennessee Code annotated Section 658-106. 4, prohibit the inclusion of a property in an urban growth boundary without the consent of the property owner and require the removal of a property from the urban growth boundary if requested by the property owner. 5, amend Tennessee Code annotated Section 651-104D to repeal the authority of municipalities to annex territory that does not adjoin the boundary of the main part of the municipality and prohibit annexation of property not adjoining the existing municipal boundaries within or outside the urban growth boundary. 6, revise Tennessee Code annotated Section 651-102 to 1, require municipalities to include more detailed information in the plan of services for the services listed in the current section 651-102. 2, include a detailed and specific time frame in which these services will be provided. And 3, include data on the impact on the school systems and on the adjacent roadways that will not be annexed and remain in the county. These impact studies should include an estimated impact to those services resulting from the proposed annexation based upon the annexed territory developing in accordance with any applicable land use plan or other planning documents approved by the municipality. Number 7, require that a proposed plan of services be reviewed by and commented on by the county legislative body prior to adoption by the municipality, and where the impact studies determine that county infrastructure will be impacted, the county legislative body must approve the plan of services prior to approval of the annexation resolution by the municipality. 8, if an annexation resolution proposes to annex territory that is adjacent to a county roadway, then the municipality must be required to annex the county road and maintain the roadway. Number 9, any other amendments which will assist the county legislative body to fully understand the fiscal impact of a proposed annexation to the county residents and property owners, both within and outside of the municipal boundary of the annexing municipality. And number 10, that this resolution be forwarded to the governor of the state of Tennessee, the Speaker of the Tennessee House of Representatives, and the Speaker of the Tennessee Senate, and to the Williamson County delegation. I say all that to say we as a city and as a county worked in good faith together, putting together the Williamson County Growth Plan. It was about a 2-year process where all municipalities came through together along with the county for how all of the urban growth boundaries, the planned growth areas in the county, and the rural pieces of the county would remain. That plan was ratified by each municipality along with the county, along with an interlocal agreement that we all agreed to. This board agreed to it, the county agreed to it, that lays out the rules and regulations for what we can and cannot annex as a municipality. Their recommendations within this resolution that the county has passed, which is only recommendations to the state, is in direct conflict with that interlocal agreement that we have all engaged in good faith. And so tonight before you, you have a resolution that is asking for the county to rescind their resolution. We're calling that the City of Fairview recognizes the challenges identified within Resolution 2-26-20, which I just read, are real issues and is committed to working in good faith to find common ground within the scope of the Growth Plan Advisory Committee. The Growth Plan Advisory Committee is a committee that was formed out of the interlocal agreement. It consists of all of the mayors, a couple representatives from the county commission sit on there as well, along with some representatives from utilities and the school district. And we are asking that our Board of Commissioners is asking that the Williamson County Commission rescind their approval of the resolution. And this is in alignment with all of the rest of the municipalities within the city who feel that this item was brought to the county commission without ever contacting anyone within the municipalities. I believe the only municipality that was contacted was the city of Franklin by a commissioner, not the commissioner that proposed the resolution, but a commissioner who was asking questions. And so I'm happy to answer any questions. Mr. Carter probably has some answers too. He's sat through this a time or two. And so we're happy to answer anything you may have.
And I just want to say that no city mayor is in favor of this, including the county mayor, Rogers Anderson. He is not in favor of this. And all the work that we did for 2 years and this board approving that, what's being asked is that all be just thrown away and county be in control of all of our annexations. And basically it's saying that we are not smart enough to determine if we want to annex properties within our own urban growth boundary.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Mayor?
Commissioner Buffalini.
Thank you. So this all falls under House Bill 2419, 2419, that was brought up by State Representative Fritz. This did not pass committee. So this HB 2419, as of yesterday, it was dead up on the hill. So we can still go through with this process and vote for it, but it doesn't. They're not going to rescind anything because it's already been nullified up on the hill, on the state level.
Okay, I asked that question and I was told that it's not complete. So I need an answer to that.
And Spring Hill passed a very similar resolution Monday night, and I believe Nolensville is also, all the other jurisdictions, with the exception of perhaps Franklin, which I believe is on their agenda to do so. And so, I mean, from my perspective, and I don't have a vote, but I would hope that this BOC would join their neighbors and make a uniform show of force about how the cities feel about this, because this is just a power grab to undercut city authority and city self-decision, in my humble opinion.
Right, I agree. I was just clarifying that House Bill 2419 did not make it out of committee yesterday, but I still think that we should, as a board, go through with this and just show our support of it.
Commissioner, I will also speak to just I'll take your word for the legislation that is currently being debated. If it is dead on the hill, then fantastic. But this is a statement from our municipality to the county, not to the state, and to the Williamson County delegation, to understand that the municipalities have a difference of opinion than the county in this matter.
Right, that's what I'm saying. We should still go through the process.
Mayor.
Vice Mayor McDonald.
Thank you. Yeah, regardless of where this is at, I think it sends a message. And I mean, I just want to speak to it for a brief moment to whoever these individuals were that supported this. They probably consider themselves to be a certain persuasion when it comes from their political leanings, and this, in my opinion, is insane government overreach. It's taking representation away from the people that live in the cities. You elect officials to make decisions for your city, and you potentially could have someone who lives on the entire different opposite side of the county who knows nothing about the nuances of Fairview telling us what we should and should not do. And frankly, the verbiage that's put into the resolution doesn't even make sense. I would argue that the person who backed this or supported it doesn't really have a clue what they're talking about. And I just wanted to make that known.
And if you want to know who backed this, then look it up, because, yeah. Know who you're voting for, that's right. Any other? Ms. Jones?
Concur. Yep.
Good, okay.
Vice Mayor McDonald?
Aye.
Commissioner Roberts?
Aye.
Commissioner Hall?
Aye.
Commissioner Buffalini?
Aye.
Mayor Anderson?
Aye. Resolution 13-26, item C, passes 5-0. Item 11D, Resolution 14 okay, that was 13. I know, that's what confused me. Okay. Resolution 14-26, a resolution supporting the establishment of a freestanding emergency department in Fairview, Tennessee. Commissioner Buffalini.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Board. This is a resolution, 1426, supporting the establishment of freestanding emergency departments in Fairview, Tennessee. Just supporting both of these facilities to the state, showing our support, united as a board and as a city, just stating what we need here in Fairview.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion from the board? Ms. Jones?
Commissioner Roberts?
Aye.
Vice Mayor McDonald?
Aye.
Commissioner Hall?
Aye.
Commissioner Buffalini?
Aye.
Mayor Anderson?
Aye. Resolution 14-26, item D, passes 5-0. It's a great day in Fairview. I do believe we want to get some pictures. So if everyone involved would just come forward, we're going to get some pictures of the board and both groups. Ethan, that was too fast. I know that we all didn't smile and, yeah, you got to count or something. Thank you so much. I apologize for the long wait, right? I hope that y'all have enjoyed, yes, how we, yes.
Yes, good night.
Thank you guys for, getting to enjoy our proceedings and see how, yes, apologies.
All right, let's keep this going. Let's not freeze out the kicker.
Freeze out the kicker. That was a good analogy. Freeze out the kicker. Yeah. All right. Oh my goodness. Last item. Item 11E, Resolution 15-26, a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute task orders for emergency debris removal and emergency debris monitoring services for the city of Fairview, Tennessee.
Thank you, Mayor, Board. This allows for our park to be the leaners and the hangers to be dropped
The Widowmakers.
and tossed. It's 15 somewhere. I got some people say 15, some people say 17 miles, but it's my worst nightmare to see somebody hitting just injured or worse with one of those limbs falling. I think we use the same company. They said they can get started in the park Saturday if this gets approved. Any other questions, I'll be welcome to entertain.
Mayor,
Vice Mayor McDonald.
thank you.
We do a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Do we have, are they sticking to the trails, or are they doing the park in its entirety?
The trail system.
Okay. So, once the trail system is clear, I'm just hypothetically here, I may or may not have walked through that park once or twice with children that don't necessarily stick to the path, right? They're all over the place. They see a big tree, they want to go and look at the creeks, and what liability are we still exposed to if we open the park and people are off the trail, they're still hanging? I'm just curious if that is.
I have instructed our parks director to install signs that enter at your own risk, watch for falling limbs.
Okay.
And I believe that's about the limit. Most everything in there is nature, and we want to keep it as natural as possible, but it is, most of the traffic is going to be on the trail system.
Okay.
Any other communication from the board?
Just one last thing. I know we're voting on this, but I still would, I think we would all probably appreciate to know where the funds are going to come from, if we can use tree bank funds for some of this, if possible. Is that still something that we'll discuss in the future?
Well, this will be a budget item, and so right now, we've got over 1.7 million in reserves. If we used it all for this cleanup, we would still have about a little over 500,000 in reserves. If once Mr. Carter and I look at it and he deems that we can use some of it, of the tree bank, there's about there's over $500,000 in there. So it would be a budgetary thing at that point. Once we have this workshop, we can kind of iron out those details, and I can tell you what we can and can't do as far as a tree bank. But since I've been here, and then Commissioner Buffalini asked me about this earlier. We've never, since I've been here in 2013, we've never gone into reserves. There's been times when we did not have any reserves to go into. So I think this is an event that it shows it's a good gesture to the citizens. The city could say, hey, it's your property, it's your responsibility. So I feel like it's a good gesture to the citizens, and it's one of those events that I don't have any problem using the funds, especially knowing they're going to get reimbursed. Now, it could be a lengthy time. It could be 2 years or more. Joshua Walters seems to think 18 months, but it could go longer. So, but hedging in the past, we have never had to touch reserves in the past. So take that for what it's worth.
Yeah, it's definitely nice to have, though. So I would like to just somehow create some sort of, I don't know, guarantee is probably not the right word, but process to make sure that that is refunded once those funds do become available. And just, I can't find the email right now. I was looking for it. I had emailed you some questions, and you'd forwarded it on to someone in higher government. And
that was Mr. Walter.
Yeah, and I mean, he did give a timeline that went up to 36 months. So I just want the board to be aware that it could be potentially 3 years before we see any of these funds back.
Correct. And, if the board so chooses to not do this, I would say probably we need to decide, we've already voted on the 700,000. And so, I'll just tell them to do it. And they haven't started in the park yet. So if this does not pass,
yeah,
we'll have to just keep people out of the park until we figure it out.
Yeah, it's a very difficult situation. Bowie Park is an incredible asset to the city. But as all assets do, they come with certain levels of financial responsibility and liabilities and that sort of thing. And this is just something that I think future boards need to consider and keep in mind, that weather events happen. We can't stop them. And a park of that size is not cheap to get it back into functioning order. Everybody in this town knows that there's a ton of stuff to have money that we could be spending money on, issues that we need to fix. And I understand the park is definitely an asset to us that we want to get reopened. I guess I'm just trying to make the point that it's a tough situation. And I think future boards, or this board in the future, we need to start thinking of ways to generate funds somehow within our city to prepare for future costs that we may be faced with. I know this was a once-in-a-generational ice storm, but crazy things happen. So, I mean, we're down to $500,000 in our rainy day fund. If, 2 years from now we happen to get another generational ice storm and the park is back in the shape it's in now, we won't have the money to open it a second time, which is problematic, right? To anyone who owns a home, you get pretty nervous when you don't have enough money in your account to pay your next mortgage, right? You're paycheck to paycheck, and that's a scary place to be. And you gotta take a hard look at your budget and consider where that money's going and how to plan for the unexpected, and be in a position where you're not moving under a bridge when the unexpected happens. So just something for everybody to chew on, I guess.
So I get the question multiple times a day. When the board votes on this, so when do they project to begin? And then how long do they think it's going to take? Do we have those answers on the park?
They told me today that if it passes tonight, they will start Saturday in the park with 2 crews. Now, granted, they've got to go in there with smaller equipment, and it'll take a little longer because of, they don't have the ability to use big equipment. But they're also not disposing of it, which, I think I gave you all the number on that was almost $2 million to do what, like they're, cut it, get those and then remove it, which was, we can't even think about that. But And as I told Commissioner Buffalini, I'd much rather keep the whole balance in there. But you weigh that with the good gesture to the citizens, and that I kind of think this is one of those events that it's okay to pull. And if we weren't, and that's one of the main reasons I feel it's imperative we go with folks that we know they're going to do all the paperwork correctly to make sure we get the reimbursement. The folks that do this on a regular basis. And so this is a way to at least get it where we can open it up if the board so chooses.
Yeah, in my opinion, I get more questions about when the park's getting reopened than anything else. I just don't feel we can keep it closed. I feel like this is something we need to get on pretty quick.
Mayor,
Commissioner Roberts.
thank you. Is this our only option? Is there any other option? At the Arbor Day tree give out, I don't know exactly what, there was somebody from the State Department of Agriculture, I think his name's Alex. He started speaking with Commissioner Hall, so I removed myself just in case there would be anything, but.
I've reached out to him, and we're going to have a meeting. I think there's some things that we can do in addition down the road, but it's basically this. It would be a similar. They would come in and do an assessment, and then they could possibly get us some more FEMA funds. But they couldn't do it any cheaper than the folks we have now. It's kind of a different service.
Okay. All right. Well, that's good that you were in touch, and there just is not an option to doing it this way.
And we are scheduling a meeting with him and Keith and myself, and because they also do a lot of other park management things, and so there's a lot of things we want to do, but the money. You say, yeah, we're going to do this, and then in fact you look up and time's gone by and you still need to do it.
Sure, but if there's anything the state already funds and we're just not taking advantage of it, then I guess it's good to know about, right?
We're going to meet with them and see if there's any way possible we can take advantage of some of the stuff they have to offer.
Great, thanks so much.
Mayor?
Commissioner Buffalini.
Thank you. Does having a low reserve hinder our bond rating?
I wish we'd have asked that question earlier. Let me research that before I just shoot off the hip. But I do know. I don't know if it would hurt it. I don't know if I know more reserve is always looked on as you're more financially fiscal fit. But I don't know if they would take into consideration that it's going to be FEMA reimbursed in that equation. I've never been in this situation before. I'm going to have to do a little research on that.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I may.
Vice Mayor McDonald.
I'm sorry, I'm just looking at the date. It's the 19th. I'm wondering it's the same company that's doing the street cleanup, correct? Yes. And they're here for how long until they're done?
Yes, until they're done. They said it could be 7 to 8 weeks, but I just don't see how.
Safe to say it's going to go into April, though?
Yes.
Okay. Saying that we have a meeting on the 2nd, I am not comfortable allocating these funds if there is potential bond rating impact. I would really like to know a very concrete answer on that prior to making a decision on this. Where we are financially right now, we're using that credit quite a bit, so. The rest may be comfortable
Have you
voting.
got just a
I'm
second?
Where I'm at, I'm not comfortable making a decision that may or may not impact our bond rating.
Can
and
I
not
go get my
knowing that.
phone?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Mayor? Can I ask Mr. Carter a question? Right, I can. Mr. Carter, is there any way possible that we can solicit the help of tree companies that are offering their services free of charge to assist us in the park with waivers or anything like that? Right.
This question to me.
It's to Mr. Carter. You want me to ask that question again?
I've not had anybody approach me to do anything for free.
Right.
But I'd be willing to talk to them.
So I've been approached, not necessarily for free, but at a much lesser price by a company, a reputable tree company here in town, and they asked to contact you. I gave them your number. I'm not sure if they have been in contact with you, but they had mentioned that they were able to do it a lot cheaper. And then you and I had that conversation and emails going back saying that you had already were going to use the company that was suggested. So my only concern was saying that if anyone's able to do it, because we have a lot of tree companies here in town that may be able to assist us.
Well, if you take into consideration the reimbursement, you know, they would have to be able to do it to be apples to apples. They'd have to be able to do it for $62,500 or less.
Yeah, less than the 12.5%.
So I don't know if anybody going to do that for that. I don't know, but if they want to do it for free, I will talk to them all day long. Yes.
But is there a way to have some of these companies assist us? Like we can.
Well,
because there's a lot of work to be done, and just to expedite the.
Yeah, after we get this done, there may be some opportunity, but I don't know. We also have to look at funds. We have to look at making sure we can afford it.
Right. Okay.
If you can bear with me, I'm gonna try to call John real quick. Yeah, he's on the road in Knoxville. I think he'll answer.
Oh my goodness, I can't imagine the people who've already reached out, hearing that it's gonna be delayed. Oh my goodness.
Hold on. You're in here with the whole board. We got a question for you.
You put him up to the mic.
They're asking about the bond rating and if we use reserves to work on some of this ice storm cleanup. Will it, and if we needed to do a bond, even though I told them I didn't know if it would lower our bond rating when we applied for a bond. Since it was being reimbursable, 75 to, or maybe 75%, maybe another 12.5%. But I thought that would be a question for you, John Werner.
Okay.
Put him up to the
My
mic.
opinion, any of my clients need to keep a good, strong fund balance. You have an advantage as a city because you're not restricted on what your fund balance uses can be unless it's been so designated by by the commissioners. Now, that being all said, what is your current fund balance?
In reserves?
General fund, yes.
Oh, John, I'd have to go look. I don't know right off the top of my, I would say, I think it was, this last audit was like 3 million.
Okay. How much do you want to use out of fund balance to fund this particular project?
1.2, and I think it was more than 3. I'd have to look, but anyway, 1.2.
And what's the purpose of the project? Is this for the debris removal?
This is for the debris removal, but after we got reimbursed from FEMA, if we get reimbursed from FEMA, the total outlay would be $300,000. We would get reimbursed the rest,
Okay.
and then
I've got a plan. This is what we've done for some of our other FEMA clients in East Tennessee that were directly affected by the flooding. We issued capital outlay notes, and we did them for like 5 years, okay? And they were reimbursable at any time, and we only had them pay interest on that, principal and interest, so that once FEMA gets their money back to you, you just simply pay off the note. So your cost is going to be $300,000 plus the interest that you have for the capital outlay note. And because the capital outlay note is so large, how long is it going to take to do?
well,
the
that's
project?
what we're thinking. We think it could be anywhere from 18 months to 36 months. So if it was 36, that's a substantial amount of interest.
Well, it is, but I mean, if you did a bond, or if you did a bond, you wouldn't be able to get your hands on that money for 6, 7, 8 years. You see, you need to be able to reimburse yourself. So that would be my recommendation.
You would recommend debt service instead of going into reserves.
Yes. Well, and to use your situation earlier, you don't have an awful lot of fund balance to play with,
Okay.
and for you to take a third plus of your total fund balance for 18 months, so it already is a tight cash flow issue, and makes it even tighter. And yes, it's true, you will have to pay some interest, but, and I believe that FEMA will reimburse you for some of that interest expense too.
Okay, I'll look into that. John, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Bye. I'll call you tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Okay. If the board so chooses, I would really like to keep this moving. If the board so chooses, if y'all want the park stuff, if y'all think it'd be better to get another capital outlay note, and maybe if I get a bill, we can use reserves just to pay it and then throw that money from the capital outlay note in, and keep our reserves where they are, if the board would feel better about that.
Mayor?
Commissioner Buffalini.
Thank you. If you were able to get the information tomorrow, would we be able to call an emergency meeting? I'm just asking for this one
What information do I need to get?
If we're going to go, if that's an option of getting a loan,
It is. He just said it was. Didn't he say it was?
well, there's still an application, I'm sure, correct?
Yeah, it'll take a little bit of time, but we're the good thing is we probably wouldn't need to even pull from reserves right now to pay a bill because we're in the up cycle of our revenue cycle. So I got a strong balance in our operating account because we're in property tax season. So I could probably front that until we get that loan money in. If that makes sense. If this was
So the loan would pay back the reserve,
yes,
as you're saying?
yes,
Okay.
or the operating account, whichever I pull from.
Okay. Thank you.
Does that feel better, or does that muddy the waters, Commissioner, Vice Mayor McDonald?
I wouldn't say it feels better, but it's more information. I understand, and again, my kids are in there. They're wanting to. Why can't we go to the playground? I get it. I'm just cautious to make an emotional decision to open the park because there's pressure from the community, and what we end up doing is creating a financial mess for ourselves. I just want to make sure every T is crossed and every I is dotted. And at this point, it's been closed for a while. If we have to wait until the 1st of April to have this decision made with better information or a clearer understanding from you on which direction you think we should go and why we should go that way, I would be in favor of waiting. It still opens the park mid-April, and I mean, heck, it was 20 degrees the other day. It's not like today was beautiful, but I don't know. I mean, I get it. It's a sensitive topic. Everyone wants the park open, but at the same time, it's like, it's just like, it's no different than your own personal budget. I mean, there's things I want, but I can't just go out and do them because I happen to have the scratch together to make it work, but now I'm broke, It's just scary when you start getting into, lower amount of funds available than you ever expected to have. I mean, is that fair? I'm the only one talking. I'd really like to hear everyone
I
else.
don't think it's going to be open mid-April. If we make a decision on the 2nd and they start, I don't think they're going to accomplish this in 2 weeks, the whole park. 5 days, they can do the whole park?
I had heard that. I know they take for the whole thing 7 to 8 weeks.
While Vice Mayor McDonald looks that up, nobody wants the park open more than I do. I would really love to get back in that park. But that said, I don't feel comfortable, and I don't see a big difference. If we are looking at making a decision today or holding until we've got another meeting, it's 2 weeks. I know nobody wants to keep the park closed, but if this is our option, I think that we have to be able to answer and say for certain what we are doing and the rationale for it. I don't think I can confidently go and look at somebody tomorrow and say, this is what I voted for, and here's the clear rationale for it. Because I think we have a couple of ideas that are still floating around in the air. I don't know if this would be something, and this is for Mr. Carter probably to help us answer, if you could come back with more information for us and lay out our options clearly. Does this have to be an open vote that we would do at an open meeting? So it would either be it probably couldn't be at our workshop because we don't do votes at workshops. It'd have to be at our April 2nd meeting, right?
Call a special called meeting for the workshop and then just have that start 15 minutes before your workshop.
And that would only be like a day or two before, 3 or 4 days before. Yeah. But still, the Vice Mayor has brought up some good points, and now with us having another option and quite frankly, it's almost 11 o'clock at night. We've had a lot of things thrown at us tonight. I'm not sure that I'm in the clearest frame of mind right now, too. I don't want to wake up tomorrow morning and say, gosh, I really wish I would have thought to ask this question, and I didn't have the opportunity.
Just want to clarify something I said.
Before I'm done.
I put some wrong information out there. So the estimation that we received for the Bowie Park portion said estimated 2 cutting crews, no disposal, estimated 25 working days. Now, they could take breaks in there, they might leave for a week and come back, who knows how long that would take, but they're estimating 25 working days to do the project.
So probably
I
in
misquoted
May.
that. My
Well,
apologies.
Around the first week of May,
Can I ask
if we
a
approve it.
non-lawyer question? Can the work be organized in such a way to open sections of the park?
You know what? I was just about to ask that too.
I mean,
so
to me,
don't know.
that would be the logical, I mean, to get portions of the park open, maybe not all the trails, but to get, to move through the park in some sort of organized way. So if that hasn't been discussed with the cleanup folks, then maybe it should be.
Yeah,
Because
I mean-
that may help you get parts of the park open early.
People are gonna people at the end of the day. And, you let them into the park, unless you're under constant supervision, I would imagine it's gonna be rather difficult to keep people from going in. I don't know if we can just, as an attorney, can we put up signs that just say enter at your own risk, and it's, I mean, I don't want to do that. I'm just saying, like, to cover us if someone does decide to wander off into a trail, if we did open part of it. I don't know. We're just throwing things at the wall here. It's 11 o'clock at night, and I mean, I don't know. I mean, to echo what Commissioner Roberts said, it's just a scary
Like
situation.
if we open the nature center and the playground, because, and put signs up for the trails, then at least the nature center and the playground, because we've got a lot of activities, especially spring, coming up in the nature center, and they're being right now held in all kinds of different places as temporary.
I will meet with Keith, and we have pulled all of the debris to the right-of-way inside the developed area of the park. So that's gone, and that'll be picked up. So that if there's a possibility of doing that, I'll bring that back. But
Because just like we put up signs that the trails are closed to horses when we've had a lot of rain or bikes or whatever, I mean, if we could do, Keith, maybe you want to speak to this, but if we could, the nature center, I know that they're having to displace people into different locations. If we could just open up the nature center and the playground and keep the trails closed, I mean, signs would do that as well as it's doing right now.
The problem is there's still widowmakers in the developed area. They're everywhere in the developed area too. It's not just on the trails.
I'm not
so-
saying not to, I'm just saying if they could do that part first.
Right. I mean, they planned on that if it was approved tonight. That's
To
the-
do it in
that's-
sections?
No, their plan was trying to get the developed area open.
Right, so we do it in
first, and
sections,
then
developed area and
switch
then
out.
trails.
Right, and we really have to work hard to keep people out, maybe closing the park at a certain time, not letting them in there after hours, after 4:30 or
Well,
something.
most of the camps and different things are during the day, and I don't think kids play on the playground after dark.
Sure.
I mean, I hope they don't.
Now, I would go with Commissioner McDonald's statement, people are going to people.
So we're looking at,
I
First
really
week in
think
May,
you
possibly?
can look at trying to section it off. It's not going to work very well, just from experience. I think it's kind of an all or nothing at this point.
I appreciate your input.
Can I ask a non-engineering question?
I'll be sure to give you a non-engineering answer.
Are they willing to accept monthly or quarterly payments rather than the entire balance after the work is completed?
No,
May not know that.
this is, they get paid, and then we get reimbursed whenever the federal government decides to reimburse us. But yeah.
And the legal answer to that is the contract's not presently construed that way, so there'd have to be contract amendments, and we couldn't have that ready for tonight anyway, so.
Well, I'm going to go back to what's been suggested and just say, I think, I don't know if it works because you were saying you need to check into it, but I think the solution, if it works, would be the tree bank, because that would cover it. Well, okay, it will cover our reimbursement. But it would be a large portion of it, though, wouldn't it cover it? Yeah, it's 500,000. We've got 500,000 in there, so it would cover the whole thing. So if we're able to take money from the tree bank, I mean, I'm just putting out an option. That would be an option.
Well, and then what I would think is if we're taking money if we're taking it from there, then we'd probably want to put up a resolution to say that the
reimburse.
money has
Right.
to go back to that
Yes,
space.
Yes, and I agree
So
with that. We need to make it where
refund whatever we
it's
pulled.
refunded to the tree bank. I mean, I think that would save our bond rating. We wouldn't have to get a loan, and we could get the park open and reimburse the tree bank.
I will try to get with Mr. Carter tomorrow and get that looked at and have an answer for the budget
So we
meeting.
just want to defer this item. Okay, so I'm right, make a motion to defer it till the second, or?
Yes.
Okay,
We
so-
can hash all this out at the amended budget meeting. We'll schedule that for the 30th or the 31st. And I'll just tell them we need to put that on hold for a couple of weeks.
Okay, so I make a motion to defer 11E, Resolution 15-26, until our April 2nd meeting, which is a couple weeks.
Or do we want to do it at the work session?
Second.
Do we want to
At the
do it
work
at the work
session.
session?
If the information's available.
That would be a special called meeting, though. It would be a special called meeting,
Right.
not a work session.
Before the work session.
Before the work session.
Right.
I'm okay with that.
So we would need to still know if we want to do it on the 30th or the 31st. So we can.
Can we defer it to the next meeting of the Board of Commissioners?
that would
And that
be-
way it's
that's what I
either.
was saying,
well,
April 2nd.
And that's way it's either a special called meeting or the April 2nd. Do we have to actually pick a date, or can we just say the next meeting of the Board of Commissioners? Okay. Okay, so April 2nd.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what, yeah,
Okay.
that's what my
second.
motion was.
Yeah.
Okay, defer to the next meeting, which is, yeah, April 2nd, but it's only, like 2 weeks from now. So it's not a full 30 days.
Yeah.
Did we get the second?
Second?
Yeah.
Okay.
I seconded it.
All right,
Second it already.
okay, so it's motion and Vice Mayor? Okay. Ms. Jones?
Mayor Anderson,
Aye.
Vice Mayor McDonald,
Aye.
Commissioner Buffalini,
Aye.
Commissioner Roberts,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Okay, so item 11E, Resolution 15-26, 5-0 for deferring it to April 2nd. Item number 12, Roundtable Mayor and Commissioners. Commissioner Buffalini.
I had a lot to discuss, but I'm going to refrain from doing so because it is a long evening for all of us. Thank you to everyone who spoke. Ms. Taylor, Dillinger, Brazel, Myatt, and Leanne Hill. We appreciate you guys. I want to thank Ascension and HCA that was here as well, both of them. And thank you to the board for the passing of the resolution 1426 in support of both ER facilities. I think that's going to hold a lot of water on the state level as well. So thank you very much. I also want to thank former state representative Sam Whitson that was here for the beginning of the meeting. He left, but thank you, and we appreciate you coming down. So a couple of things I just want to say, as we talk about growth and development, I also believe it's important that we honor some of the communities and what's going on in the communities that are being built. And I'm sure people have seen on Facebook, April 2nd, I'm going to be bringing forward a resolution working alongside with citizen Bert Hester that encourages developers to consider naming at least one street in new developments after a Fairview resident who has made an impact in our community, whether they're still alive, deceased, or if they moved away, if they made some sort of something in our community. I just think it's a really good way of honoring those individuals, and I believe it's a great way and a pivotal moment that we have a chance to grow in ways that protect the people, the love of the city, and it just protects their memories as well. So that's one thing that I'm hoping to bring forth on April 2nd. So I appreciate that. We covered a lot tonight, and then there was just one other thing that I just want to give a food for thought. In the same spirit of strengthening our community and connection, I would also appreciate a possible workshop to discuss the future about introducing the repositioning of our Christmas parade and tree lighting. Right now, both of the events are in high conflict with Franklin, their parade and tree lighting, and that limits our participation. And I've gotten a lot of the schools, the teams and band that said they'd really like to attend our functions, but they had to split the band up and do half ours and half Franklin's, and that's not really fair to our citizens. So something that I was just looking to do was possibly hosting an evening on December 5th, starting at 6 p.m. when it's still kind of daylight for the parade, and then ending at City Hall for a tree lighting, and then we'd have a great attendance. And now this becomes more of a signature hometown event, similar to like Nature Fest, July 3rd. I just think it's something great. We can also get sponsors for this, and that can generate money for the park. So that'll help as well. We can have the parade conclude over at Publix and McDonald's parking lot, and then have a band stage and just make it a nice event out of it for families and the community, just to be more involved, because it's been pretty lax in the past that I've been participating in our parades for the past 5 years now. So that's just something, food for thought, I'd just like to maybe do in a workshop in the future. Other than that, that's really all I have for this evening. So, welcome to Nick Meek, new associate planner. So just want to welcome him as well, and thank you, everybody, for your input.
Commissioner Roberts.
Thank you, Mayor. It's a very long meeting. I don't know if anyone else is still listening, but for those of you in the room, next week is the Fairview High School Little Mermaid, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. It should be wonderful, great time for the kids. There's a Saturday matinee. I just thought I would pitch that real quick. The only thing that I'll say also, since I'll keep it brief tonight, our next reading of the development code that'll come up on April 2nd is going to be very important. I spent several hours with Ethan and Curtis last week in preparation for this meeting. I've read through this whole document. I've put in a lot of time and work, and the goal is to pass this document. So I just want to put out there for the board that I hope that whatever questions we have, we can come with organized thoughts to the April 2nd meeting and be prepared to make clear motions and perhaps have those conversations with Ethan and Curtis before we get here so that we can pass this code and be done with this process. I don't want to rush anything or push through anything, but we've had this for quite some time. We've had a lot of opportunity to have discussions and meetings about this. And so I was hoping tonight we could get a little bit further on things like the Planning Commission list. I would just really like us to have a common goal of actually getting this passed so that we can move on. And we've all put in quite an investment of taxpayer dollars and time. So I hope that we can focus on that in preparation for the vote on April 2nd.
Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Mayor and Board. Thank everyone that was here tonight, and I thank you for the ones that's still here. It's been a long evening, and the only thing that I would like to do is thank the Friends of Bowie Park. They had posted that they would like to volunteer to help with the cleanup, but I extended that it would probably be not wise because of the liability that the city would hold in case someone were to get hurt in there. Once we get the rough part over with, I'm sure there'll be plenty of time for the friends to volunteer. And I do thank them from the bottom of my heart for all their wanting to help the city out. That's all I'm going to have to say tonight. Thank you.
Vice Mayor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor, Board. First thing I want to say to everyone that showed up to voice their opinion of some of the rezonings, mainly the one on Horn Tavern. A handful of that group has emailed me. I've responded to as many as I can. A lot of them are similar in question. I asked someone to take over being the point for that group so there can be better back and forth versus saying the same thing to a bunch of people. If any of them are still watching or still here, I don't believe there are, I would really like the opportunity to meet with you as a group and just discuss everything that you have concerns about. There was some things that were mentioned tonight that are absolutely valid concerns, but there are things in place that just we haven't got to that point yet. But those, traffic studies, stormwater studies, all that stuff, water runoff, it's all going to be done. Just hasn't done none yet. But I'd be happy to discuss that with that group if they're willing to do so. To everybody who was hoping that we were going to take action to open Bowie Park, I apologize. The goal is not to keep it closed, but not only physical safety of our citizens, but the financial safety of the funds that keep our city going are also a great concern. And sometimes, when you have something nice, you got to take your time and do what's right. And in this moment, we're just going to have to be a little patient. So apologies to those that were hoping we were going to get some action done on that, but I think it's the right thing to take a break and make sure we're doing it the right way. Thank you.
Okay, I just have one thing that I'd like to say about the naming of the signs in subdivisions, just so you know about this, because, I think it's a great thing that you brought up. You might want to, before you do the resolution, check with the 911 service. They're the ones who determine what the names can be. So I don't know that you can make a resolution where it overrides what 911 will approve.
All right, I appreciate that. Ethan, can you comment on that?
Yeah, I'd appreciate if you'd check with me. I have a few things offline that we'll get together on that resolution.
Thank you.
I just wanted to bring that up so that you could, yeah. Okay, there's a little, I just wanted to kind of bring this up about, there's a little confusion during the zoning ordinance vote. Of course, we want to pass the zoning ordinance, and I got a little confused when there was called the question, because I thought that we did not receive a second, but I thought I was voting on call the question, not the zoning ordinance vote. Of course, I would never not vote on our zoning ordinance to move forward. So I just think there was a little confusion right there. So I was actually voting on call the question, not the zoning ordinance vote. So I'm glad that we kind of recircled back around to make sure that was moving forward. I just wanted to say something about the Easter egg hunt. I think I've spent as much time on the Easter egg hunt location as I have some of these resolutions. And I want to just give a little background on that. Last meeting, we discussed joining forces with the Fairview Rec Association so that we could have the Easter egg hunt right before the celebration started, so that the children who are involved in baseball, softball could also attend the Easter egg hunt. And I think several board members were, thought that was a great idea, whether they have children or, I know that I believe that Commissioner Buffalini is going to be an announcer, so he's not going to be able to be at our city event with the Easter egg hunt. I know that I believe that Vice Mayor McDonald has children who are involved in softball, baseball. So or softball, yeah, both. So it was just a great way to have all the commissioners be able to be at both. And several of the board members came to me. They said they had talked to the other board members of FRA, and somehow it went sideways. Not sure how that happened, but they had concerns, and they asked that we not have it during the time when they were starting their celebration. So we did move it back to City Hall. We've got the digital sign out there that's going so that when everybody passes up and down 100, they can see that the Easter egg hunt is actually going to be here at City Hall. And I have asked the FRA board to please, we put out our events way in advance, almost a year sometimes in advance, that they please coordinate with city events so that our commissioners don't have to choose. And, I'm always at the Easter egg hunt with Richard, and I'm going to be there. So, it's just a shame that, these opening ceremonies with baseball, softball, we have to make a choice. And I just hate that we have to make a choice, but that's just the way it's got to be. So it's going to be here at City Hall at 10 a.m. And I'm so excited that we passed the ordinance or the resolution for health care in our community. We have a lot of people who can't make it 30 minutes or 45 minutes to a hospital when they're in, like a critical situation. So this is just amazing for our community. It's been a long night. I appreciate everyone. And just like I always say, please help clean up and not throw out. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion.